sir, and I will start with our PBL presentation. Okay, so shall we ask them to start, sir? Sharat, sir? Hello?
Yeah, you can start on. Yeah, you can
Yes.
start off.
Yeah, Karan batch, are you there? The first batch, Karan?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you start with your presentation? Are you
Sure.
ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, then start presenting. Okay.
Screen visible?
Yeah, it's visible. Yeah.
All right, can I start, ma'am?
Yeah, you can. Sir, are you able to hear, sir? Sharat, sir?
Yeah, I can hear. Yeah, we can start off.
Yeah.
Good morning to one and all present here. I am Anant and my team, Adarsh and Karan, will be presenting our project today. Now, before I dive into the specifics, I just wanted to shed some light on the topic we have chosen, as in the title we have chosen. So, what you see here is skill seekers. Now, the significance behind it is very simple. So, in Kannada, we have something called Kelsa, which is basically job, and then seekers. So, when you combine the two, that's when you get kel seekers. Now, going on to the introduction. Uh, all right. So over the recent few years, we noticed that a lot of new domains are coming into the market, right? So, for example, you can take big data, there's AI, there's ML, there's data analytics, there's data science. There's so many fields coming into the market. Now, even when there are new domains coming into the market, there's new job vacancies being created. And even though our country produces approximately 8 lakh engineers, actually Google this, but either way, we have 8 lakh engineers coming in every year, but not a lot of people actually get these jobs. So the reason behind this is simply that people lack the required skill set for jobs. So what we thought was we could develop a web application which implements a machine learning to identify the best suited role for these particular students with their given their skill sets and their interests and various other parameters which we'll discuss later on in this presentation. Now going on to the objective. Now the main objective behind our project was to help students identify what kind of roles are best suited for them given their required skill sets. Now, when I go into the skill sets, Karan will be talking about it later in this presentation. But to just give a gist of the entire thing, we have so when it comes to placements, we know that there is different parameters which go into it, right? So first thing is your marks. Now your marks,
Yeah.
to your
Yeah, no problem. Shall I ask them?
and
No problem. I'll ask them to pause as of now. Uh, Hello,
yes,
guys, are you able to hear me?
yes, ma'am.
Hello,
Yes,
hello.
ma'am. We are able to hear you, ma'am.
Okay, please wait for a while. No, let sir also join because there is some internet issues from sir's end. Please wait for some time.
You give your this email ID of that person to Raju sir.
Ah.
He will share the marks sheet.
No, actually, he's not able to join the meeting. It seems I admitted him. He's automatically he's getting exited from the meeting. It seems so. I told him join from other this one.
Okay. Okay, understood. Let him join. Let him try. After that, you give
his mail ID to Raju sir. Okay.
So he has created for every group. He will enter the information and share it with both of you, so that you can enter the marks.
Yes.
Parallelly in that sheet.
Yeah, sure. Start it, sir.
No, same thing. No,
You're doing third sem.
Sharat actually fifth sem.
I started earlier.
Sharat actually automatically आशे कर देते हैं कि join from other thing. Yes.
ನೀವು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರಿ.
ನೀವು ಫ್ರೀ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್, ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ.
Hey everyone, this is Shah joining in. Audible now?
Yeah. Yes, Sharath. Able to hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry
Can we
about that.
start? Yeah,
Yeah, sure.
no issue, Sharath. Can we start with proceed with the presentation?
Yeah, you can start.
Yeah. Please, can you share the presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yeah, it's visible.
All right. Do I start from the beginning or where did I
Yeah,
stop?
you start from the beginning
All
itself.
right,
No
ma'am.
issues.
All right. Good morning to one and all present here. I'm Anant and my team, Adarsh and Karan, will be presenting our project. So our project title is Skill Seekers. Before I go into the specifics, I just want to shed some light on the title we have chosen. Now, Skill Seekers is the combination of two words. One is Kelsa plus Seekers. That's why the job seekers, hence Skill Seekers. Now, going on to the introduction. One second. All right. Now, over the recent years, we noticed that a lot of new domains are coming into the market. For example, there's big data, there's AI, there's ML, there's data science, there's data analytics, and then there's so many other fields coming into the market. Now, even though these fields are coming into the market, they're creating a lot of job vacancies, but we notice that not a lot of people actually get them. Now, the reason behind this is because people lack the required skill sets for these jobs. So, what we thought was we can develop a web application which deploys an ML model which helps students identify the skills required for the particular job and what job role is best suited for them given their particular skills, internships, projects, and various other parameters which Karan will go on discussing later on in this presentation. Now, when I move on to the objectives, the main reason we chose this project was to help students identify what roles are best suited for them. Now, there's nothing like, there's the simple reason behind this is because whenever a person is satisfied with their job, they will give their 100% towards it. Now, that's why we thought we'll consider various parameters. Now, for example, in our current project, what we have chosen is a bunch of parameters. For example, there's starting with your marks for each important subject, like your algorithms, there's OS, there's various other subjects which we have considered. And then we have also given the option for students to upload their resumes. Now, when it comes to resumes, we have something called a resume skimmer, which we will plan to implement later on. And we also have so to assist. Now, this is the model we have implemented right now is mainly to assist the technical aspects of the person. But in order to judge the communication skills and their other the communication competency we plan to implement another model, but right now what we have in mind is to give the students an idea of in order to understand their communication skills. What we have done is we will be providing an audio recording option. Now, through that option where multiple questions are asked, once the person records their audio and uploads their respective mp3 files, then what the person will do is basically the model will understand what exactly the person has said. Now, in order to do so, what the model can do is basically there's something called voice modulation. So what this means is basically they will take the audio, then it'll understand exactly the important keywords in what the person has said, and then based on that, it will assess the communication skills of a particular person. Now, when I move on to the motivation of our project, the main reason we took this project was to we noticed that so we have over the recent years now we joined engineering in 2018. Now we noticed that even though there are a lot of new opportunities being created, we noticed that not a lot of people are getting them. That was a simple reason why we chose that. Okay, you know what, we should give like a clear idea to students as to why and what jobs they can get. Now, moving on to the existing system, we know that in the internet, there are a lot of new platforms available to identify various job roles for a particular person, given that they enter their skills and then interests and projects and internships and various other factors. Now, the reason the down factor about these existing systems is that the your entries are judged or are compared with 500 a lot of other users entries, right? So there's something called the factor of personalization is completely lacking over here. So what we thought is we'll implement a model which is deployed in a web application to provide entire personalization. Now going on to the next one, proposed system will be taken over by Karan.
Good morning. This is Karan, and I'll be talking about the system we are proposing. So basically, our proposed system consists of a machine learning model. This model will be trained using using a data set that has various parameters. Now, those data sets are collected by doing a survey and web scraping, etc. We have taken it from various sources. So what we are doing here is we have a web application. Now this web application asks the user a series of questions. Then they'll also upload a audio recording of their answers in order to, those are basically interview questions for communication skills and such. So after uploading all of these, it will go to our pre-trained machine learning model, and it will be able to predict what kind of a job role is suitable for the person, and also what kind of a salary is associated with that kind of a job role, and as well as the description of that kind of job role. Now, method adopted. This is how we are going to this is how we made our model. First, we web scraped some data that is from vtu4u.com and other sources. All these include data such as CGPA of the pass outs from our college and such. So after that, after web scraping data, we've pre-processed it and removed all the irrelevant and incomplete information if there was any problems with it. Then we used ML to create a sequential neural network. It has 5 layers. First 3 layers use ReLU activation, and the last one uses softmax activation. So using this, we have trained our machine learning model along with, we have done a survey. From the survey, we sent it to various pass outs and all that. So we have gained data from their end, and using this data, we have done our machine learning model. Then we've used Flask framework to deploy the model. And yes, next slide. So this is the block diagram. First, we have a ML model trained with data set, which helps us make predictions. Then the user comes in. End user will input various entries, various questions they'll answer. It will be taken to the model. Prediction will happen. And the role that you are best suited for with your current marks, skills, experiences, etc. will be given. These are all the parameters that were, that are involved in making a judgment of our machine learning model. So first, there are, you can see number 1 to number 9. We have percentages, right? So all of these are academics. Your percentage in operating system, algorithm, programming concepts, etc. So all of these are about how good you are academically. And then after that, you can see communication skills. Then number 10, hours working per day. So like this, we are also considering things such as work ethics and all that. Then we have hackathons, coding skills rating. So all of these correspond to the kind of experiences you have had while you were in engineering. Then we have public speaking points, can work long time before system, etc. Next slide. Then yes, here we have certifications, workshops, talent tests. And yes, you can see we have all these things. Then we also have taken inputs from seniors or elders and the kind of interests you have. So we get a kind of idea of what kind of a person you are. Next. And yes, whether you are introverted, you have teamwork skills, management or technical, what kind of a job do you prefer, etc. This is our data set, the data set that we use to train our model. First, we have all our percentages. These refer to academics. As you can see, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. All these entries are for, each tuple which goes into training the model. And these are percentages out of 100. After that, we have communication skill marks, the number of hours a person works every day, and the books you're interested in, salary range, etc. You've seen the rest of the parameters, right? All of these goes into training the model. So next, Adarsh will take over.
Hello, I'm Adarsh. So I'll be taking off for the implementation. Okay, in implementation, we used like Karan specified, we use sequential model. Before that, for the processing of data, I mean, like in the data set, we could see that most of them were in string formats. Like would they prefer to work or would they prefer to join for a job or many other things. There were certain certifications names, but our model won't understand by the names of it. So we had to label encode them. So we used the label encoder and one hot encoder from scikit-learn. and we also had to normalize the data which was already available for the outliers and all. Considering that, then we put it into a data frame, considering the same topic headings and all. Going on to next. So this was our model. So we used four layer model in which the input dimensional, as we saw that there were 38 parameters which we had considered. So in this also we have input as 38 parameters, using which we use a ReLU activation to process through the layers of it, and the last layer, the terminal layer, we use softmax for the prediction. So to optimize our compile model, we use Adam optimizer, and then we save it in a .h5 file, which is suggested for Keras models, because we're using a Keras from Keras, the layers of TensorFlow. Now going on to the results. So basically, in a similar manner, what the parameters were asked, we prompt the user to input data in the requested format. These are some of the users which we expect the users to input. Go on to next. In this, this was the things what like Anant and Karan both talked about. Here we have this is still under production. I'll show it still under production. Next. So basically, this is what will be predicted. So based on the input data, we can see that this is the expected outcome. We see that there'll be a job title prediction on the salary and what the job is expected. And next. And this is the opportunities which are available. Basically, for this we web scrape data and get it onto our website from others which are actually currently available, these opportunities and other companies. For example, in in Dell Technology, we have the post of software engineer 1, which is in the location of Bangalore, Karnataka. So I'll just show the demo of our website right now. Okay, so I mean, yeah, so basically we asked the same set of questions what we had asked before. So I've already input data to make it quick. So again, coming on to this. So basically, the reason we try to implement this is, most of the times when an interview is taking place and when a person is giving their interview, these are the basic questions which they ask. And basically, rather than, mostly the content is already seen in the resume and all the questions we ask. But the main point of implementing this was the voice modulation part of the confidence which we can understand the person has while speaking about something, and all other kind of things. That's those are the parameters which we are trying to implement in these. And basically, resume skimming, we basically take a look at the resume and try to get the best parts of it. This is under construction. Basically, what we do it here is we use the concept of TF-IDF to get the important words and all. Then we remove the common words using the NLTK stopper scopus. And basically, yeah, that is those are the things which is being implemented in this. Okay, so when I submit this, okay, yeah. So see, I get a possibility of web developer. Me being mostly a web developer, I got it as a web developer when I input my data. And these are the job availabilities right now in different companies. For example, in upstream marketing, we have a job opportunity role of a web developer, which is in Bangalore. And similarly, all these are available in different companies and different companies in different locations. All those things basically. So going on to, yeah, so going on to references, I mean, coming to the idea of whatever we are trying to implement right now, we had to go through a series of papers which were published and projects which were done before and all those. So we actually got a better understanding about what was expected from what is actually required in a real world scenario of the system, what we were trying to develop and all. So yeah. Conclusion, basically the primitive model what we propose right now will give the company, will give a realistic idea about what a person, like a job job, a person who applies for a job, considering the experience and all those things, what he can expect in, to example, to work in what companies, to work as a what job roles and what salaries he might expect and all those. So basically this might also help for a person to improve their different I mean, like what aspects they can improve upon so that they can get much better jobs and all. So that was the point of it. So thank you.
Yeah, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you so much. Guys, this is really amazing. I understand the need for job is really high, especially at this scenario. I just have a few questions. If you could just reshare your presentation. Yes. So
Shweta.
how often are you going to like pre-train your model? So I understand in the machine learning concept, you will have to first pre-train your model, then apply it on your real world scenario.
Yes.
Have you thought about an opportunity where you will be like, how often is the pre-trained model updated? What's the update
Updated,
frequency?
that's what. So basically once around initially what we considered was around 10 once 100 users do their like search their possibilities. After that, which those data will be stored in our data set, and that will be used to retrain our model, adding to the whole data set. But considering the 100 as a tool less, I mean, like it does once we tried that, it didn't make much change. So we have actually set it to 1,000 as of now, but like we haven't reached that set yet. So basically what we plan on doing is once after every 1,000 inputs, basically the model is retrained again, and that model will be reused. That was the plan.
Okay. No, do you know like how frequent are you going to do the retraining of the model? Because suppose I'm just giving you a hypothetical scenario.
Yes.
See, there are 100 jobs available today, right? So according to your model, I fit into job A, B, and C. Tomorrow, once you retrain your model and you realize that job A was not suitable for me, it's going to be B, C, and D, right?
Okay.
So
Uh-huh.
in a scenario like this, how are you going to take an approach for this? Because this will definitely happen, right? Every time
Yes,
you
yes,
pre
yes, yes.
your prediction will change.
Yes, I mean, I mean considering the changes which will be coming up, I think that will be what do you say? That'll be based on based on the different opportunities which turn up. So basically, it's just that we are actually, this is the primitive model what we have done. Basically, what we plan on doing is we will be using pipeline format so that this user requirements are also taken in, and the company requirements are also taken in. Once they post the job, we see what are the requirements. Basically, when the job is posted, they expect for certain skills and certain expectations from an employee. So basically, taking those into account into our model, those as the parameters also, that will be trained. So I mean, we haven't decided on how often we are going to do it, but that is still in production. That part of the model is still in production, basically.
Okay. And what are the top 10 features that you are looking at? I know you had 100 features that you look at before predicting something,
Yes,
but
yes.
have you seen where does your probability band most of it fall under?
Yeah, for like the, what do you say, the alpha in a machine learning. What is the one second? The dependency variable, which, for example, for these parameters. So if you can go back to that second slide, 10th slide, I mean, yeah. Yeah, in this we can see that most the certifications and all those things, but what mostly we are trying to concentrate is on the number of examples, number of internships they have done on the projects. Basically that's where they usually people give a brief description about their internships and the courses they have done. Basically what they try to include in their resume is basically like what are the main highlighting features about it. I mean, like according to our understanding, those will be the highlighting and the important features to take into our account when we are training a model. So basically the important things what we gave more weight or the for the training of the model, for the prediction of the model, is the number of internships they have done, the number of skills they have acquired, and the number of certifications they have done. And yeah, basically those were the
CGPA,
important
most
features we took into
importantly, the
account.
CGPA too.
Yes,
Sorry?
Arun?
Even the CGPA, most importantly.
Okay. Okay, so that sounds good. A few more questions, guys.
Yes, yes,
Sorry,
yes, sure.
very interesting. So, so how do you like? I saw you guys had some sort of audio recording as well, where you're going to do a sort of a test on how their skills is
Yes,
and
yes.
all that. So, are you doing anything on the NLP side? How are you going to tackle
Yeah,
that audio
okay,
format?
that thing, okay, I'll explain. The thing is like, usually what models we have seen so far are things like voice to text, and per text we use NLP to understand what is the content basically. So, I mean, like when a person speaks, I mean, like when an interview is being taken, though the content is important, but sometimes like an interviewee can convince an interviewer by the confidence and by the understanding and the persistence of the thing. I mean, like we are still in production with it. We are actually working towards it. But yeah, we are not definite on the model because we don't have enough data to train a proper model. But to train a proper model. But once that's what we are still in the process of it. So the idea behind that was so that I mean, like mostly considering whatever parameters we have chosen, not always these what do you say, these parameters always have a upper hand compared to when a person actually speaks. So what we plan on implementing is so that all the even the communication skills, one of our parameters was also like the percentage in communication skills, because communication becomes really important in a job when you're working with the team. And so that was the reason behind implementing it.
Okay.
Just can I add on to you?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so the other reason we had that was because as an interviewer, you'll be interviewing a lot of candidates on a particular day, right? So there is always a small chance of discrepancies which can happen. Now, supposing the interviewer is very tired through the end of the day, and sometimes they should not be like this misjudgment which happens, right? So in order to prevent these discrepancies, we thought that, okay, you know what, if we have like an artificial intelligence kind of tool which will assist the communication skills and to automate the entire process in order to prevent these discrepancies, then it'll be really helpful at the end. That's why we thought we'll probably implement it in the later on stages of our project.
Got it. Right. Okay. So, guys, what's your target audience? Are you targeting students per se specifically, like freshers specifically, or are you trying to make this tool which will be used all over India or around the globe? So, what's your scalability plan standpoint?
Okay, as of now, we have a really narrow group of people whom we are trying to do, because it's okay. The data what we have right now, it's only from our college students and completely technical. That is CS, IS, and the new department AI and ML. So basically, our data is too overfitted to cover the whole, like the larger section of the society. So I mean, like as of now, the model what we have implemented is just for technical stuff. But later on, once we have more data to train our model, I mean, like we actually tried doing this. So we actually took in data from civil department and mechanical department also. But the thing was like mostly the model was overfit, and it used to only give suggestions from technical background. So I mean, we felt that was not right on doing it. So as of now, we have left out on the other departments, just not that those things. We actually try to implement for other completely other departments like journalism, but still we don't have enough data for our model to be ready for it. So considering those facts, we have just trained it for the technical part of it. And that's what, as of now, the model is just for a narrow for a very small group of for a very small section of the group. But later on, once we get more data and when we are able to do it, we'll be implementing it. The scope of the project goes on. That's the plan what we have right now.
Great. Okay, guys. Yeah, I think I'm clear. Just a few suggestions.
Yes,
If you're
please.
going to go globally on this tool, your language barrier has to be considered, which is a very important factor,
Yes,
right?
yes. Okay.
there is accents of people, there is different other skill sets as well that you need to consider on your scalability standpoint. Also look into more detail on what the current job sites are doing, because I believe the
Yes,
current
yes,
job
yes.
sites have most of these features embedded.
Yes,
It's
yes.
just that you have an additional feature where you say that the person is able to feed in their skill sets. That's a good thing. Um, and yes, this seems to be a very interesting project, man. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for your suggestion.
Thank you
Yeah.
for your
Yes.
suggestions.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Uh,
Thank you,
Next
ma'am.
batch, can you start, Abhijit?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, can you start your
Archita, can you
presentation?
present? Good morning to one and all. This is Abhijit. Today we'll be presenting our project Brain Disease Recognition using EEG. Along with me, I have Achyuta, Adarsh, and Chaitanya. We have done this project under the guidance of Dr. Veena ma'am, Assistant Professor of ISC.
Hello, Abhijit.
Yes, ma'am.
Sharat, are you able to hear them?
Yes, ma'am, I'm able to hear them.
Okay, okay. You can continue. Yeah.
So as I said, we are basically doing a brain disease prediction using EEG. It's very interesting to know what brain disease we are doing, right? So we have selected one disease called epileptic seizure. Okay, we are basically predicting this disease using electroencephalographic signals. That is nothing but the brain signals, which is also called as brain waves. We are using that particular waves, and we are basically predicting the disease actually. So go to the next slide, please. So what if I say, whatever we are basically doing, let's say we are in a meeting right now, right? So I am speaking something and you people are able to understand. How are you able to understand? Now, whatever I speak, it goes to your brain, some sort of processing is happening. Then we all know that there are some cells which are called as neurons in our brains. These neurons basically send messages to various body parts, which are basically responsible for various activities that a human performs, right? For every activity that a human performs, there is a particular sort of wave that is basically running in a brain. Similarly, like this, as it is mentioned in the PPT, for example, now as I'm presenting over here, all of you are concentrating on my presentation. So that means there is a gamma wave which is basically running in your brain. This is like all the waves which are basically running in your brain are classified into different classes. We have gamma, beta, alpha, theta, delta. So since we were from a technical background, we had to do a lot of research on this EEG waves. So for every activity, these are the type of waves that are basically being running in our brain. Next slide. So the further motivation will be continued by Chaitanya.
Good morning. So the main motivation of this project was to reduce the deaths happening due to epilepsy, where the patient will not have the control about what actions he is doing, and therefore he can harm himself, and to maintain good health, and mainly to boost the efficiency of the existing algorithms. Next slide. And the problem statement. So our project problem statement is like to identify and predict the early onset of the epilepsy seizure using ML algorithm, so that the patient would be informed earlier and would have further attacks in a controlled environment, and the control attacks will be taken. The proposed system. And here we are providing the best model with the help of data sets of a normal patient, EEG signals of a normal patient and that of the epilepsy afflicted patient, so that the ML algorithm is trained in such a way that it differentiates between the normal signals of the patient and that of the epileptic seizure afflicted patient, and early onset will be shown. Next will be explained by Adarsh.
So good morning, guys. Here we can see the project schedule that has taken along for a completion of a project. The blue graphs represent the research we had to do. The yellow graphs represent the modeling and working on the project, whereas the red ones are the final implementation. Next slide. This is a financial cost management of the total project to be actually run. Here we can see the most priciest aspect of the table is the EEG machine that would cost around 1,24,000. So we could not get our hands on real-time data, and therefore we have been using data sets from American Epilepsy Society. So here we can see the license software, that is the software required to convert the analog waves into digital this thing, and the software development is the cost for developing a software. So that remains the training testing. Let's look at the tools used. Next slide, please. Let's look at the tools used. And the tools required would be a EEG machine to create new data sets in real time, or else right now we will be using data sets we have got from internet. Then a system to run the model, and the software aspect includes libraries for ML and Flask and Streamlit for the front end. So let's go to the next slide. Let's look at the implementation.
Okay, when we talk implementation part, there are two implementations we have done over here. So first implementation is the modeling. We need to get a very good model, right? First, since it's a health related thing, we need to have a very good model. After we get one very good model, then putting that into a website where we can basically predict it. That's what we have done over here. Okay. So first I'll show you the modeling part. I'll share my screen. Achyuta, can you stop? Okay, is my screen visible? Okay.
Yeah, it's visible.
So the basically first part is the modeling part, right? So as you know, the first important part for us was to basically analyze the data set. This was the data set which we got. The data set basically had something around 11,500. 11,500 rows, and there were 180 columns. Okay, what each row represents in this data set? You can see some numbers over here, right? These are basically, there are 178 points, that is x1 to x178. All these are x1 to x178 are the data points of the frequencies. So that is basically the data set is for 500 people. 23 rows belongs to one person. That is the EEG wave, which is basically recorded in 23 seconds. That means each row is 1 second. Each row is 1 second. In 1 second, they have taken 178 data points. And the Y column basically has something around 5 predictions, which means, as I said, for every wave, there is a one particular activity that a person does, right? So here is basically like if the Y column basically ends up coming 5, then eyes are open. These are the other activities which are basically happening for a person. But we are not worried about that. We are only worried about epileptic condition, right? Epileptic condition is recorded when the wave, when my output is around 1. This was a training set what we got. And so that was the basically idea for us. And since it was having 5 classes over here, all the 4 other classes which we were not worried. So instead of going for a multi-classification, we basically went for a binary classification by combining all other 4 classes into one category, making them as a 0, and only the condition which is considered to be epileptic, we made it as a 1, and we use that particular idea to build this model. So as you can see, these were the plottings. So this is a wave. This is a single person's wave. 23 waves. It consists of 23 waves, which is recorded for 23 seconds in a single person. Further, we did a lot of modeling over here. So we ended up getting a very decent accuracy. We thought logistic regression would give us a very good accuracy since it has the sigmoid curve, but it did not give us a very good accuracy. Our best model was random forest model. And since random forest is basically based on the technique of ensembling technique, so we thought, why not going for an hybrid algorithms, right? So that's when we decided to build some hybrid algorithms where we use the stacking technique. In stacking technique, we use subclassifiers as random forest and KNN, and meta classifier as SVC. This also gave us a very decent accuracy. We also use IMB learn in order to prevent oversampling. For using oversampling and balancing the data set. Further, we developed another algorithm which was basically done using voting technique, which was where we consider the majority among the 3 algorithms, whichever algorithm gives the majority. That was basically considered over here. Again, this algorithm also gave us a very decent accuracy, but again, it was very similar to whatever we got from random forest. That's why we decided to go for a random forest as our final model. Now, the final model is basically decided. The model random forest is decided as a final model, right? So then we implemented this using RFC. We implemented using Flask. We implemented a website. So let's say the name of the website we have given is the No Waves. No is basically a Korean word for brain waves, right? Since we are fans of Korean things, we implemented using, we use No Waves over here. So basically, let's say XYZ is basically a doctor. XYZ is basically a doctor. What basically XYZ does is he gets that ECG signals from that machine and he just has to analyze manually, and then he'll predict whether the person is having disease or not, right? Instead of doing that, he can come to our website. He can just give his name over here. We deploy this using Heroku, and here he'll be giving the EEG signals, that is EEG frequencies. Let's say I'll give test 1. Okay. Now he comes. Now you can see in the dashboard that among the given waves. So the data set, whatever we gave sample was here, like here. So it has some 22 waves. 22 waves over here. So among the given 22 waves, it says that 4 waves are under epileptic condition and 18 waves are healthy waves. So that means he can basically analyze. So since, as I said, the waves, the epileptic seizure condition might not come under only one only one wave. It might be basically repeating after a few seconds also. This is one dangerous condition. And it is also observed that 1 among 26 people will be affected by epileptic seizure condition. So that's why if he's basically providing the data set, analog to digital converted EEG signals to our website. Now our website is going to predict whether the wave is an epileptic wave or not. If it's an epileptic wave, it basically gives a warning saying that this is a dangerous wave. You can see that which wave is an epileptic wave also, it basically will display over here. That means among the given 22 waves, you can see 20th wave is an epileptic condition wave. All this is how the doctor can work with this. So currently we are actually in contact with one of the Bangalore-based hospital also for this. So since it's related to health-related thing, we want to make our model much accurate and give us a very good results for this. This is about the implementation part. Now I request Achita to continue with the PPT.
Hello, is the screen visible? I think no, right?
Yeah, the screen is visible, but it's too small, I guess. You have to maximize something.
Uh, yeah.
It was visible. Okay.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, now it's
So
proper.
continue with the applications. Good morning, all. To continue with the application, seeing all these algorithms that are being implemented, we get to know that random forest algorithms which we have used are faster and accurate model for disease recognition for doctors, and with the help of existing medical technology, which takes months of analysis and series of tests, we can predict causes and work towards preventing and controlling them in a shorter period of time. And the obvious one is to prevent those who are victim of such seizures. Uh, they finally end up hurting themselves, and in worst case, they are vulnerable to losing their life. Uh, so future enhancement is like to accept and process the real-time data directly from an EEG machine at the spot is quite challenging, and the data set which are accepted must be highly accurate, and the minor changes may lead to uncharacteristic result on patient's condition. So to also provide a simplified system with minimal possibilities of errors in real time is challenging. And to continue with literature survey, since we are from technical background, we had to take 2 months of time, 1.5 months of time in uh, to go deep in the research. So we had seen early detection of epilepsy using EEG signals by S. Selvin, Pardeep Kumar, and others, and also early detection method of Alzheimer's disease using EEG signals. So the main drawback here was they used
a very basic algorithm that's called SVC, which I've seen, which we have used in hybrid one. They have used it, and which was very slow, time consuming, and needed a lot of series of tests. So they used offline calculations process as shown here, and yeah, we had come up with better algorithms and a system which would actually give us proper prediction. And to end off with the references, so we had actually seen a case study on epileptic seizure who was victim of ES attacks. We had also done research on that, and these are the papers which I have referred from. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, guys. First of all, really good job. This is a very what do you say? Important product, because I understand health conditions of a lot of people, especially with epileptic seizures, are really something that will definitely save a lot of lives. Just a few questions around that was you mentioned you used 3-4 models, and do you have those accuracies? What is your current accuracy of your model, the hybrid model?
So basically, what happened was we actually used 4 models: logistic regression, SVC, and then random forest and KNN actually. Random, I mean, we did all the overfitting techniques and all, but after that we ended up getting around 97 something for random forest. Since it was basically it uses ensembling technique over there, then we thought why not go for a hybrid one using stacking technique. That's where we decided to go for like KNN algorithm and merge all those algorithms over there. But what happened there we found was basically the biggest drawback was, though it was giving us a decent accuracy around 95, something like that, the major drawback what we found was time consumption. Since the modeling was basically a lot of time, I know, I mean, if it's a health point of view, it's good to get, but even the random forest was giving us a better accuracy than those hybrid algorithms. So we decided to go for final random forest.
Okay. Because it's health related domain, I'm not very sure, but not a very expert to comment on it, but 97% of accuracy also they would still not take it in. You guys will have to work more on fine tuning your model to get at least around 90 above 98.5 at least of accuracy, because it's something that has to do with a person's life, right? So more than getting a right prediction, if you just give him a wrong prediction saying you might be prone to epileptic seizure, that thought fear in himself would kill him faster, right? That is one. Second thing is, how are you guys planning to manage these data sets? Where you will?
Okay, so basically what happened is there is something called American Epileptic Society over here. So which actually where the people completely work on this epileptic condition. In India, I mean, epileptic seizure is kind of neglected. Even if a person gets seizure for some second, they'll just be like, it's okay, fine, something, it's just common, something like that. But in abroad, this is like, I mean, this is considered to be one of the dangerous. There is some society also for this, American Epileptic Society. That's where they're basically through which you can get the data set. But we got the data set from internet. And one more thing was basically for our testing our model. So testing our model goes like this. We need an EEG machine, which basically gives EEG waves, and that should be converted into digital. That is analog waves. Whatever we got is an analog waves that should be converted into digital waves. And whatever the digital waves will be in terms of frequency, that should be given to a model. So this is what we need to do. But current system, what is happening over here is basically when we consulted few of the hospital here, Bangalore-based NDR hospital, when we consulted this hospital, we found out that the current system, what they have is an EEG model that basically gives them some waves, depending of they'll analyze those waves and they'll just predict those whatever condition it is, right? This is what is basically being predicted. So that's why we actually planned of even further continue and developing. We have in that cost estimation, we have included something called license software. That is a software which is basically which takes the EEG waves from the machine and converts it into analog to digital and gives us a frequency. That's what we thought. So that also we are basically planning to implement by ourselves and convert that A to D and directly take it to our system.
Okay, sorry to cut you here. Can you just go back to, can somebody just flash the presentation here, please? Your presentation, Abhijit, can somebody share the screen?
Achita, PPT, can you share the screen?
So, can you go to, can you come down? One is, can you go to the project timeline? Right. Yeah. Can you just go on presentation mode, please? Okay. So what I see, at least from this project timeline standpoint, is that you're almost at the implementation phase, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you took about 2.5 months to do extensive research,
Yes, sir.
but your timeline to build the prototype, build the model, and everything was just 1 month. That's the whole idea that you're trying to implement on this timeline. I think you guys would have to rework on your timeline here, because I feel your implementation phase would be a little more longer.
Yes, sir. So basically, since it was a PBL competition, we had PBL over this sem, and around PBL we had around like gap of 3 months odd to implement our PBL, and so we basically just got our implementation hard, and we worked on it day and night, and we just made it this way. But currently, as I said, we are in contact even with some data scientists also. There is one person, Akib Ahmed, whom we are actually in contact with. So actually, since it's, as you said, it's a health related model, we also don't want to take chance and get a model which is basically either overfitting or something like that, right? So we want our model to be accurate enough, and that's where we are in even talks with our data scientists also.
Okay, great. Can you just go back to, can you just go down to the next slides, please? I had one more question on that. Okay, yeah, go up. Sorry, on the costing. Okay, so you're saying, I don't see you guys scoping for where you're going to store your data. You predicted, okay. Suppose you have, what is that you're estimating as your what do you say, size of your data that you will be feeding, storing? Where will you store all of those data?
Sir,
Where are you?
as of now, this we have, whatever we have done is through basically data set whatever we got. That's around 11,500 columns, and it's just for 500 people's analysis. But as you know, we need more data. We need to fetch more data, and currently we are still under plans. That's what we currently don't have the exact data about what is the seizure condition that are being reported in hospitals as well. So that's
that's okay. That part of it I'm okay with, Abhijit. So what I'm trying to suggest here is, so see, when you're considering your financial management, you're saying that you need an EEG machine which is going to cost you X amount, right? You're not what do you say, considering the other factors that you still need. So now you said you developed a website. Where are you going to host the website? You have to host the website.
Currently we have just like to show you a demo over here. We just hosted it in Heroku and also. But this is basically, we are not giving this website for we are not going to make it as a public one. No, we want to keep it as a standalone. We want to still make it as a standalone application.
Correct. Agreed. You have to make it a standalone application. You still need a server, or you need somewhere to host it, because suppose you give it to, say, Aster Hospitals. So Aster has a group of hospitals around the globe, right?
Yes.
And they want to access it around the globe. They will pay you for around the globe, right?
Yes.
You will have to first consider some of the other components as well. So now you're going to get in all the data. So suppose I'm your client and I give you your I say, okay, fine, implement this for me, right? If you tell me it's going to cost me around, say, what, 2 lakhs, 2 lakh, whatever is your cost. And then if I say, okay, implement it, later you should not come back to me and say, no, I forgot to incorporate, I need some place to store my data, so I have to buy one space on Azure, or I need to store some of my other factors, so I need X amount again. So all those things also, I think you better work it out on this, saying that these will be
we have kept reserves 15%, sir. around like it comes around 23K for reserves as well. But still, we'll still estimate it again and we'll come back to a conclusion.
Sure. Yeah. It's just something that you need to work on because you need to know. So also you should have one slide next time on your technical architecture, saying
Yes.
what all components are connected on your system.
Yes,
right? It says that there'll be a web app here. There'll be that will give a more clearer picture on the entire tool and flow of data. That's one important aspect when you explain a particular tool, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, guys. Thank you so much. This was a really nice, good presentation. So.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys. Shall we proceed with the next batch?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am wants to speak. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can continue, ma'am.
Yeah, very good morning. Very good morning, Sharath.
Morning, ma'am. How are you?
Oh, fine, Sharath. How are you?
Doing good. Doing good. Thank you.
Yeah, morning. I had some department work. I couldn't join immediately. In between, I joined. Some presentation was going on. I didn't want to disturb in between. Yeah, they have got very good inputs from you, Sharath. Thank you. Right, things are going on really well. I'm very happy that you have accepted our invitation. So, welcome you, Sharath. Right? Yeah, very happy that to see you here. I congratulate all my students who are participating today for the second round of PBL presentation. Hope all our students are doing well. We have a very good number of projects with respect to data science, machine learning, and AI. And few projects on IoT related projects are also there. Most of our PBL projects are they are using on latest technology like machine learning, AI, and all, right? So we are very happy. Our students have done a very good job, right? So we want our Mr. Sharad Kumar, who is our alumni, to evaluate our PBL projects and give very valuable inputs from your end. So I congratulate even our judges to be part of this PBL project. Sharad?
Thank you,
Yes.
ma'am.
Yeah. Please carry on. Students are very happy. They are getting very good inputs from you. Yeah. Also, I'm very happy that Veena madam, she has completed her doctorate and she is also part of today's judge, right? So,
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
of you, Sharath and Veena madam, please carry on. Right?
Sure, ma'am. Sure. Sure, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
I'll meet you later, Sharath.
Sure, ma'am. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Please carry on.
Guys, shall we proceed with the next batch? Anand?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Anand. Okay.
Yes.
Anand?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you can start your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah. Good morning, one and all present here. I am Anand with my team Ovesh, Jagdeep and Hemant, and we are here to present our project that is pothole detection using computer vision. Now, you can see a couple of contents which we'll be explaining one by one. Now, very importantly, we have heard about potholes, we have seen potholes, they are almost in every street in India. But the question is, are they such a serious matter? Should we deal with them with the latest technology? Well, yes, you have to, because potholes have become a very, very serious concern in the public these days, especially in developing nations like India. They are not just a threat or concern to the infrastructure, which will be leading to the damage in economy, but they also are a very important factor when it comes to societal concerns. They are directly affecting the lives of people and they have become a matter of public safety. So seeing this societal concern, we have taken up this project. Then the next question comes that, okay, if you have taken up a project, how exactly is it going to work? What exactly is it going to do? Well, once a pothole has been detected, it is going to alert the driver via audio and visual alerts. Then, at the same time, it is going to generate an automated mail alert and it is going to send it to the road authorities to take the necessary action. So, coming to the next topic, that is introduction. As I said, potholes are nothing to ignore. They are much far beyond a small threat to ignore. So, seeing that societal concern and infrastructure issue, we have taken up this project, that is pothole detection, which makes use of OpenCV, that is computer vision. The project is basically aimed at detecting a pothole on the road and alerting the driver as well as the concerned authorities. And this can be done by applying a concept known as region of interest, which we'll be explaining later. So, yeah. Now the question comes, from where exactly did we get the motivation? Why exactly did we take up this project? Well, in India, over the last 2 decades, you can see there is a very huge increase in vehicle population. And let me just say something which has happened recently. In Bangalore, BBMP has revised some new rules to buy cars and vehicles, right? That is, you should be having your own private parking area. Unless then you cannot buy the car, and the rules have become quite strict. Why is this happening? This is because of the growing vehicle population in India. This is not just the case in India. You can imagine if in Bangalore, if this is the case in Mumbai, in Delhi, the situation is much more intense. And this vehicle population has also impacted the road quality in India. And road quality is being the main problem here is the potholes. So seeing this, we have taken up this project. And if you go into surveys and reports, you can see that a Times of India survey done in 2017 says that nearly 218,876 people have died in road accidents, and in the mere span of 3 years, that is from 2013 to 2016, 11,386 fatalities were recorded. So this number is very huge. So seeing this, we have taken up this project, and yes, this has motivated us in taking up this project. Next comes, okay, now we have taken up this project. So obviously before beginning this project, we would have done surveys. Yes, we have done a lot of surveys, and I would be mentioning just 3 of them. As you can see, the first one is visualization of potholes using Microsoft Kinect sensor. Now, I don't want to get into the technical aspect of Microsoft Kinect sensor. In general, if I say this is a very, very advanced sensor, and it has multi-purposes, and it is quite sophisticated system as of now. The current companies, they are using the 3D laser scanner method. The problem with this is too costly, but Microsoft Kinect sensor is quite cheap, and this has been introduced by Microsoft company in the year 2010. So is this the best sensor to predict potholes on the road? Well, you cannot say it, because this is a very, very novice technology. That is, this is a very new technology. Nobody knows about its efficiency. We do not know how much precise it is when it comes to prediction. So this a lot of research is yet to be done on this Kinect sensor. The next comes the vibration-based damage road classification using artificial neural networks. Now, as the name itself says a lot, that it is vibration-based, meaning, so imagine a car going on a road. That time, if it senses any vibration, it is going to detect that there is some unevenness or there is a pothole beneath. But this has a very huge loophole. That is, it is going to predict only once the car enters a pothole. Until then, there is no prior warning given. So you cannot implement it in the industry level. The third literature survey what we did is smart sensing of potholes and obstacles in automotive applications using Internet of Things. This model makes use of 2D LiDAR method. Don't get confused, it is quite simple. It is basically going to measure the reflection coming out of the pothole. What I'm saying is, just imagine there's a car moving on a road. Now, the moment a pothole gets detected, the moment there's a pothole, the light reflecting from it would be much different from the light coming from the rest of the road. So this difference in reflection of light is what this model is going to measure and give a prediction. But as I said, this isn't either the best model either, because the problem is if it is night, or if it is very foggy, or if it has rained and the pothole is filled with water, then the reflection is not going to make much use, and the pothole might go unnoticed. So these are a few models which are presently there, but none of them are industry level implementable. Coming to existing system, always will be explaining this.
morning to one and all present here. I am Oasis and I will be talking about the existing systems. Now, we will understand as to what's happening around the world with respect to this system and what's the progress with this current system. As of now, not a lot of companies are working on this. Only few companies are working on this system. To name some of the companies are Ford, Tesla, and Mercedes-Benz. Well, all the companies are working on almost the same kind of principle and model. That is, once a pothole is detected, it is going to adjust the suspension of the car by changing it into harder settings in order to reduce the bounce effect and offer a smoother ride. Now let's consider the example of the Mercedes-Benz model. As you can see in the given image, the first two orange arcs are nothing but the short-range radars, and the others are the mid-range and the long-range radars. So if the pothole is detected within this range, it is going to detect and alert the driver. Next, I'm going to talk about the proposed system. So now, how is a system different from the existing systems? As I told you earlier, the existing systems are going to detect the potholes and adjust the suspension in order to provide a smoother ride. Now, the matter of fact is that none of them will be able to alert the driver, nor will they be alerting the civic authorities. However, our system is able to detect the pothole and it is able to alert the driver, as well as it will be alerting the road authorities. So in our system, firstly, it will be taking a live input via camera or a pre-recorded video, and once a pothole is detected, it is going to raise a buzzer sound, and also it will be generating an automated mail. So this is a picture as to how our project is being implemented, but I'll be showing you the live demo shortly. Now Anand will continue with the problem description.
Yeah, coming to the problem description, as I said, potholes are much more serious concern than it's not just an infrastructure problem. It is not just an economic problem. It has raised beyond that. It has become a public concern because so many lives are getting indirectly or directly getting affected by these potholes. And with the latest of technology, we have to fix it. And I believe that innovation is the only solution for such kinds of problems. And coming to the next important question, that is, okay, you have taken up this project based on pothole. The question is how relevant it is towards the industry, how relevant it is towards the industry. Well, it is very much relevant. The project is dealing with a societal concern. Primarily, it deals with the public safety. Since potholes are affecting the public safety, seeing this societal concern, we have taken up this project. It has inspired us in taking up this project. And which industry is related to this? Well, it is only one industry, that it is by default automobile industry. Now, automobile industry is very efficiently working on this, but still not so many companies are involved, nor a perfect model has been developed, and still the innovation is in progress. And coming to project schedule, Jagdeep will be explaining the project schedule.
See, bro.
Yeah,
First,
we came with this idea. We came up with this idea in the month of August and reviewed our project with our guide. In the month of September, we started planning our project and started analyzing the risks involved in it. In the month of October, we started developing our project. First, we detected potholes using images, then we enhanced it to videos. And in the month of November, we started testing our project with various data sets. And in the month of December, we completed our project. Cost estimation. Basically, when you are developing a project for the societal concern, the primary thing which should be taken care of is cost, whether it is reliable or affordable to the public. In that regard, our project costs around 6,680 rupees, which includes hardware part which we have not yet implemented yet, and it costs around 2,800 rupees, which includes sensors as well as LED or LCD display, and project management which costs around 1,000 rupees, software is of 1,000 rupees, testing is of 380 rupees, maintenance is of 500 rupees, and we kept reserves of rupees 1,000. Tools used. Hardware tools which we have used for this project is system which is of Intel Core i5, hard disk of 135 GB, RAM of 6 GB, and other important things includes camera and sensors. Software part includes operating system which is Windows 10 as well as Windows 7. Software tool is Jupyter Notebook. programming language is Python. Libraries, which includes OpenCV, NumPy, Matplotlib, Pygame, and SMTPlib. And OS will take methodology part.
So what are the procedures and steps required in our project? Well, the very first thing our model needed was some kind of data in the form of an input. That data was a video input, which is either pre-recorded in MP4 format or a live video from a camera. Once the input is accepted, it is going to process all the individual frames and it is going to apply multiple image processing based operations. Now we have mainly used 5 kinds of image processing based operations, and I will explain all the techniques in a brief manner in the upcoming slides. Now, talking about the flowchart, with the help of this flowchart, I'll give a brief flow of our project. So we begin with, as I told you earlier, we begin with the input. So that input is in the form of an image or a video. Then we apply certain image processing based operations, and later we get a result based on the automated mail notification system and the alert and the alert system via the buzzer. So talking about the first technique, that is conversion to grayscale image. As you all know that in today's era, most of the images are colorful in nature. But the problem is that the system, especially in image processing, cannot deal with the colored images in a better way. So hence we have to convert each and every individual frames into a black and white image, or we call it as a gray monochrome 2. Next comes the thresholding techniques. So what is exactly thresholding? Thresholding is a technique in OpenCV where every single pixel is converted to a black and white pixel. Now, there are several types of thresholding, and few of them are as following: binary thresholding, to zero thresholding, adaptive thresholding, and truncate thresholding. As you can see in the below figures, we have shown adaptive thresholding and binary thresholding. And you can see the distinct nature where the pixels have been divided to a black and white pixels. Now talking about the blurring or the filtering technique. We all know that when I ask someone what is the most problematic thing we face in most of the images and videos, well, the most problematic thing we all face in images and videos is nothing but the noise. So in order to remove the noise, we use the blurring techniques, and few of the very common operations are as follows: 2D convolution, ordinary blur, Gaussian blur, and bilateral filter. Again, in the below examples where I have shown you the Gaussian blur and ordinary blur, so you can see that the level of noise has been reduced, especially near the borders. So since that's the region where we are interested, especially in a pothole, the noise level is reduced by using this blurring techniques. Now, talking about the edge detection algorithm, which is the canny edge detection. This is a very important and crucial algorithm which we are going to apply. Here it is going to detect the edges present in the image. So as you can see in this original image, once we apply the canny edge detection algorithm, we get all the edges of the pothole. This helps us to get to know a lot of things, that is the size of the pothole, the borders of the potholes, and many other features. Now, finally, we talk about the counter detection. Counter detection is nothing but once we apply the canny edge detection algorithm to find the borders, it is going to draw a line along the boundaries having the same color and intensity. So basically, it will be joining all the points which will be having the same color and intensity. As you can see in the below images, the contour is the light portion which is drawn around the perimeter of the pothole. Lastly, I would like to talk about the additional features. Apart from pothole detection techniques, our project incorporates two very, very important and critical features without which our project is basically incomplete. The first one is the buzzer system, and the second one is the automated mail notification system. So in the buzzer system, it alerts the drivers by producing a beep sound, due to which the driver is aware about the pothole which they are going to encounter, and thereby take necessary actions to evade the pothole. In the mail notification system, the road authorities are well informed via the mail, due to which they can get notified immediately and hence can take actions in order to save millions of lives. Now Anand will take over the implementation part.
Yeah. So this is the code what you're seeing. I don't want to get into brief in this, but the first function what you're saying is basically to generate the sound. And the second function, that is the sketch transform what you're seeing. This is the core of our project. Here is where you're applying all the techniques. Here is where you're finding the pothole and detecting and alerting. So this I can say is a very, very crucial part in our project. And coming to the next slide, that is, yeah, that is the continuation. And then in the second part, we are just taking the video or the live camera input and we are resizing the frames. That's it. And coming here, yeah, the second part, what you're seeing, the second slide, that is basically used to generate the email. So with this, I would be I would like to move on with the live demo of our project. Before running the code, I would like to say two things to the audience. First thing is that you might see a delay in frames. That is because we are using Google Meet. So it is not our problem, but it's because of this Google Meet. And the second thing, the video what we are using is a pre-recorded video, as we cannot use a live demo in our Google Meet. The pre-recorded video is a video in which the car is moving at around 90 to 100 kilometers per hour, and the potholes are detected in that video. Okay, so with this, I would like to run. I will ask him to run the code. Yeah. So as you could see, the alert visual as well as the audio, both were being alerted to the driver so that he can take prior decisions before encountering the pothole. And coming to the next, that is email notification system. Yeah, you can see the email has already arrived saying that this is the information regarding a pothole that was detected by a user. For more information, please contact the user via the same mail address. Make sure to address his public concern. So this is the mail that is that is generated to the concerned road authorities. These were the results what we saw. As you can see, there is a white frame. This is known as the region of interest. This you can adjust manually, and whatever, if a pothole comes within this region of interest, only then it is going to get detected. As you can see, there are alert warnings. This is how basically the live implementation is. Yeah, this is the mail what we just saw, which is raised towards the concerned authorities. Yeah, coming to the last part, that is conclusion. Now, what will we conclude? The conclusion is that obviously we are going to detect a pothole and raise the alert signal to the driver as well as the concerned authorities. But one thing what we didn't speak till now is about the accuracy. Well, it is not possible to automatically detect the accuracy using some library, so we had to do it manually. What we did is we took 30 different images and videos of potholes and saw how many potholes were actually detected. And we got a pretty impressive accuracy that was around 87%, because since this is a very innovative method and still no much progress has been done, I can say 87% is quite impressive when it comes to the implementation. And coming to the next part, that is future enhancement. As you know, no project is 100% perfect, so neither is ours. So coming to the what are the possibilities of future enhancement? The possibilities are, first thing, you can create a database where you can record all the potholes which are located in a particular geographical area. So for example, in Bangalore, so in which road has the maximum number of potholes, all so many kinds of data you can create and create a database for that. So it would be helping the road authorities to know how and where to fix it. And second thing is the introduction of Google Maps. We can combine our project with Google Maps to provide a live location of the pothole. And the third possibility is that we can use artificial intelligence and deep learning to improve the accuracy. So now, as you've seen, we have got around 87% of accuracy. But using these two, I guess we can move around about 90 or even probably 95%. So with this, I would like to conclude our project. But before that, our guide has strictly asked us to get this project patented. And yeah, that's all. This is the end of this project. I would like to thank you all.
Okay, great, guys. Being a motorhead myself, this was very interesting for me.
Thank you, sir.
A few quick questions. Who's your target audience? You're
Sir,
trying
our
to.
target audience, yeah, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Our target audience are the public, sir, because since this is a public concern, the target audience is basically the public, and this we can implement it in India, especially because since road safety is a very huge issue in India, we would like to begin with India.
Okay, good. Just a quick question. So potholes, yes, it definitely affects four-wheelers as well. Who do you think it is a bigger threat to?
Sorry, sir, I couldn't hear you.
It's a threat. I understand potholes is a threat, but is it
yes, sir,
more of a threat to a four-wheeler?
Four-wheelers, yeah, kind of, because
a four-wheeler person or a two-wheeler person?
So no, sir, that we didn't specify like is it a four-wheeler or two-wheeler, but you can implement it in any case because potholes, like there are so many accidents which have occurred for even four-wheelers also, sir, and even two-wheelers are I can say they are more prone to such road accidents because of potholes.
Correct. So how will you fit this model onto a two-wheeler platform? I'm very curious to know that because here you had a dash cam or a beep that you could give on a car.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How would you implement it on a motorcycle?
Sir, on a motorcycle, yeah. Sir, when you're in car, sir, whenever you're taking reverse, there's already a system to notify you. Like, is there something behind? So if there's something, then it's gonna ring a beep sound, and that has basically two components. One is the sensors which are placed at the rear end, and second thing is the LED or the LCD display which is at the front end, in front of the driver. So this can be implemented even in bikes, but probably I guess so. The LED screen should be fit into the a bike display, and the sensors can be placed in front of the bike, so it is quite implementable. Since it is already implemented in cars, implementing it in cars or bikes again is not a issue if it is when it comes to front end.
I believe it would be a concern. You can do a further research on it. I'm just giving you a hypothetical example, right? When I ride a bike on a daily basis, I look front at the road, right? How much ever you your screen on your bike, you have to mount it on your handle or on your dash of your bike, right? The time that I look at my speedometer or my system is way less than when I focus on the road.
Yes,
I believe
sir. No,
that
sir.
in car you give a beep because when he's driving, you can still hear the beep. That makes so much more sense, or it adds more to a bigger picture. But when you say, I think you'll have to explore a little more options on how you will implement this on a two-wheeler, right? Your model fits perfectly on a bike, on a car, but on a bike, I doubt there is a possibility. So you'll have to be very specific on what your target audience is.
Okay, sir. Fine, sir. Okay, fine. Okay.
Then the second point is what's your refresh frame rate?
So I can't hear you.
What is your refresh frame rate? How often is you're saying it's going to be a live feed for that person, but you have to have a refresh rate, right? What is the refresh rate that you're thinking of?
We have not thought about refresh rates because I didn't get what exactly is the refresh rate. What is it?
Okay, so you use your phone camera, right? Any
Yes, sir.
obstacle and something comes. Sometimes when you move your phone camera, there is a little bit of jitter. Have you observed that?
Yes, sir.
Which means that each frame it takes each frame into consideration, right?
Yes,
so
sir.
you
Yes, sir.
work on something on your number of refresh rates of your camera, right?
Yes,
Because
sir.
It's going to be a live feed. How much far is going to be your region of interest? Are you going to warn me something which is at 500 meters? Are you going to warn me something which is at 10 meters? What is it? What is that region of interest?
So, region of interest can, in our project, it can be manually specified. So, supposing if you want suppose if you want to detect a pothole within a very close range, you can specify it accordingly. If you want a pothole to get it detected within, say, for example, 20 or 50 meters, you can specify the region of interest accordingly. And if a pothole comes within that range, it's going to raise the alert.
Correct, but how are you going to estimate a pothole 500 meters away? If I want, is that a possibility, or am I being
No, sir. 500 meters. I don't think so. It would happen.
Because okay, so what is the range? What is the maximum limit for this one?
Maybe around 80 meters, 80 to 100 meters, I can say.
About 100 meters.
Around 100 meters, you will be able to estimate it.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Okay. And like again, your speed and everything that you mentioned was around 80 kilometers, 90 kilometers speed, and is 100 meters a good enough frame for you to tell him that there is a pothole? Is that will reflex of braking be sufficient to actually stop within that particular time span of 100 meters?
So, like, since this is a new technology, yes, sir.
Or a car, and then 100 meters is what? Hardly any distance, right?
That actually, yes, it is a concern. But thing is, like, since it is a very new technology and since no much developments have been made, we can, like, as of now, at least this is the best system available. So because those no much companies are involved in making these systems, hardly a few companies are involved. So if somewhere you have to begin somewhere, so maybe 100 meters would be the right place to begin.
Agreed. Okay, great. Last thing, see, now you're using it on your system, you have your internet connectivity. Can you just flash your presentation again, please?
Yes.
Two things I feel has been missed out here into consideration. Can you go to that costing and your products required and things like that? Yeah. Correct. So you need a GPS module or something of that sort as well, right? To tell, so if you're telling your authorities there is a pothole, please fix it. Where is the pothole? Where exactly am I looking at it?
So that's what. Yes, sir. That's what we have said, that you can include Google Maps in this, and we can provide the live location to the concerned authorities. But in our model, what we are doing is we are alerting the road authorities, and we are saying that please contact the user via the same mail address so that the user can report it to the concerned authorities directly.
Okay, that was one. And see, again, when you say the user can report it to the authority, is something like, okay, I traveled on this particular road today, right? And I detected a pothole. Next 4 days later, I not detected any pothole at all, right? And then at some point, the authority reach out to me. See, I know they will not immediately reach out to me, right? They will reach out to me after a week, after a month, and they'll ask me, where did you detect the pothole? If I say Bangalore Hyderabad highway, they will be, I'm not going to go all over the highway to detect your pothole, right?
Right. Yes, sir.
So that is, I know it's very at a niche state that you're doing it right now, but you'll have to consider all of those factors is something which is very important. And second thing is, now if I fit this device on the car,
yes, sir.
Forget about telling me the location, even to just send a mail or send an SMS. How are you going to connect your system to the internet or Wi-Fi or things like that?
Like you're asking, sir, in practical, like when you're implementing it in a car, that
exact same thing that you told me. Forget about location, forget about everything else. Just this thing, if I want to fit it on my car, I don't see an option where it will be able to send a mail to you, right? How will it send a mail to you?
Yes, sir, that might be a concern, maybe.
Correct. You will have to look at that, because you tried running it on Jupyter, and then you said, okay, now because you already have internet connectivity, it sent a mail. But the mailing feature itself will get disabled if I implement it on a car right now with whatever hardware that you are specifying.
But if you have a Wi-Fi connection within the car or the vehicle, probably it's possible, I can say.
With the help of mobile network also, it can be done. Like in almost all the places, we have a network. So there's hardly any place where we...
Correct. Yes. I understand your point. that's exactly in the right direction that you're going, saying I will use my mobile network. Correct. But where
Yes.
is the interface between mobile and this particular sensor?
So that can be developed, I can say, because
Yes.
since this now we are implementing it in a software way, we have implemented it in the way which is to our convenience. But when it comes to industry, we can even include the mobile feature into it also. So it's quite
Correct.
possible.
I'm asking you these questions not to shoot you down or not to demotivate you. It's just that I want you to consider all of these factors because you very specifically mentioned that you want to patent this. If you have to patent something of this sort, you will need to have all of your ABC, including those minor components in place, right?
Yes, sir.
Or
Yes, sir.
if you go to patent and you just say, okay, I'm just going to use this tool, they'll say no, because you'll have to say, if you're using an LED display or an LCD display, you should say what model of LCD display, what is the version, what is the sensor you're using. All of that, you have to do a little more research or groundwork to get the patent part running, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Fine, sir. Yes.
Great, guys. It was nice. It was nice to hear as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you guys. Nice presentation. Yes, shall we proceed with the next batch? Akhilesh and
Yes,
Neha,
ma'am.
are
No
you
problem.
there?
I'll just press.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yes, start your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, can you see the presentation?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Okay.
Cyberbullying.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Our PVL group consists of Akhilesh, Neha, Rakshit, and myself, Rachana, and we're working on mobile application for reporting cyberbullying under the guidance of Dr. Rudresh sir. So, cyberbullying. As we all know, cyberbullying is a form of harassment with electronic devices like smartphones, computers, through social media, text messages, etc. It has become increasingly common, especially among teenagers, as the technology has advanced. Cyberbullying is when a teenager or typically anyone bullies or harasses others on the internet. In an attempt to keep their identities hidden, a lot of cyber crimes go unreported. We intend to change that by creating an application. So we get the motivation from for a topic is cyberbullying is a sensitive topic which is not talked about much. In today's era of digitalization, awareness about cyberbullying has become a necessity. As everyday media users, we felt the need to have a platform where anyone who has been a victim of cyberbullying can report the crime to the officials, and hence decided to create a portal which could facilitate these victims to report the same. We found the literature survey on theoretical aspects of cyberbullying, but there wasn't any on application which is created to report cybercrime. So a literature survey basically focuses on what cyberbullying and types of cyberbullying and the effects of cyberbullying has on students. So Neha is going to continue with the presentation. Neha, you're muted.
Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Rachna. So I'll be talking about the existing systems. So according to our research, we found that the government has a website where cybercrime reports can be reported, but it does not have the app for the same. Also, a private organization called CyberBAP had a website, but like I said, there was no mobile application, which we found is more user-friendly. So we decided to make an app for this. So our end goal is after the complete successful development of our application, we intend to collaborate with the government or any private organization so that this can be accessible to the public. So next, speaking about the proposed system, through this application, we intend on developing a platform which creates a safe environment where a primary victim of cyberbullying or someone who has witnessed the crime can report the bullying. So our application can be accessed by two ends. One is by the admin and one is by the user. So user accesses it directly through the application. The admin, on the other hand, will access it through a website which basically works as a backend. The user can provide information such as the incident type, platform, when the incident took place, information of the victim, which is optional. If they want to remain anonymous, they can do so. Also, information of the bully and the incident details and screenshots can be included. The authorities, on the other hand, after receiving this information, can take the appropriate action. So basically, our app behaves as a portal where cyberbullying crimes can be reported by people. Our problem statement is victims or witnesses of cyberbullying often feel reluctant to come forward and report the act due to the fear of retribution. Thus, the availability of a mobile application to behave as a convenient platform for victims of cyberbullying to report the crime anonymously is needed. Next, Rakshit will continue.
Thank you, Neha. I'll be talking about relevance of cyberbullying to society. Uh, if subject to cyberbullying, it's likely a victim's online identity will get reshaped entirely. The main concerning effect of cyberbullying is how it can impact the victim's mental health. So the victims of cyberbullying often indulge in negative thoughts, insecurity, and even depression after their attacks occur. So some even turn towards self-harming behaviors and begin having suicidal thoughts. So our goal is to highlight the growing prevalence of cyberbullying and bring the victims to justice. With a platform available where cyberbullying crimes can be reported, bullies will fear being exposed, and in doing so, we can help reduce the number of cyberbullying cases and hence the victims. Now, Akhilesh will be continuing with the presentation.
Thank you, Rakshit. So if we have to talk about a cost estimation, the main cost estimation will come if we have to host this application as a private organization. Then we'll have to pay for the publishment and for the hosting. But however, our end goal is to connect with any authorities so that any government authorities, so they can host it on their own domain. And the other cost estimate will be the maintenance, to be roughly around 20% of the initial development. So the tools used to develop this, I've used an i3 processor with 8 gigs of RAM and 256 GB storage. And the software is any Android operating system that has Jelly Bean and above can run the application. So it'll have two systems, basically the user UI UX where he interacts with the app, and then for the authorities they'll have the backend connection where they can view all the reports that's made by the user. So the methodology is a person will be able to log in, and then he'll be having like a home screen in which he can file a complaint, and then the status of the complaint will be checked and the crime information can be conveyed to any specific authorities or organization. And also the app also acts as an educating platform in which it can give information on the different aspects of cyberbullying. Okay, I would like to share you the implementation and results and the working of the app. 1 second, so just give me 1 second so I can show you the working directly. So can you see the application? This is just a rough demonstration of the application. So basically, this is like the home screen of the application where I've created a dummy model for the dummy login credentials. I've used Google Access to structure the application. So once the user is able to sign in, he'll be able to view this screen, which is like the general home screen, which he can directly go and file a complaint. Or he can, this is the educating aspect of the application where he can know more about what is cyberbullying and the different forms, like flaming. Like flaming is a online, the general fights that happen is a part of flaming. And then harassment. Harassment is the most commonly known form of cyberbullying that refers to sustained constant pattern of hurtful or threatening online messages sent with the intention of doing harm to someone. So this is like the educating part of the application. So if a user wants to file a complaint, this is like a dummy questionnaire, because the main questionnaire and the thing that we have to build in an application will directly come from the organization that we are going to collaborate with. So if it is going to be the authorities, they'll have their own set of questions that they would want to ask the victim or the user. So based on that, we can design the questionnaire that we want to think, and then the person can also upload any form of file or share, so that once if we develop in this project further, we can do our like AI and we can train like search on the data, and then we can process the data and to decide the level of crime and then convey that to authorities. But as of now, it is just to take the information from the user and convey to the authorities. And then we also have the report section in which all the reports that a person has made can be shown, and then a person can edit his report and even cancel the request based on this. So this is the main gist of the application. So I've shown the screenshots here, like how the application works. I mean, the general, like how the thing is. So when it comes to conclusion, cyberbullying plays a major role in today's world, especially because of the ongoing pandemic. Like Light is an institution that tracks online harassment, and there has been about 70% increase in cyberbullying in just few months because of this pandemic. It can be very prominent in everyone's life. However, people would just tend to overlook it because it is a very sensitive topic.
So the availability of a mobile application to behave as a convenient platform for victims of or cyberbullying to report the crime anonymously is needed. So our app aims to provide that. Like Neha explained, the references, the everything that we found was on the study on cyberbullying and how it affects individuals as such. There was nothing related to where a person could like get in an app and report any firm. So I thought this would be a new, nice topic to work on. Thank you.
Yeah. Guys, first of all, really appreciate your thought process with the current digitization and everything. A lot of cyber attacks, cyber bullying is a major concern. Most of the time it's not reported out, I agree. Just a few more than questions, I have like some sort of thoughts that you guys can
Yes, sir,
like
sure.
take a stab at. Have you thought about implementing a little bit more of sentiment analysis on this? Have you heard about sentiment analysis?
It's just like basically like it's like based on the emotions and stuff. So like how a person can be this one. So it's like what we were developing in the initial stage was only to gather information from the victim and to give it to the user. But then what we thought is we could train the system further and like whatever input we receive from the user, no sir, like any kind of proof that they would want to share with us, we can do data processing on that. If it's an image and if it's a video, then we can do video processing, and then we can train an AI model to see what it is. And I think we can include the sentiment processing during that time. So
correct, because the only thing is, see, most of the time what you observe is there are victims, but when you say that you're going to report it, like you're going to give them a platform to report it, uh, there are a lot of people. Yes, I do agree. I saw that you had something where you can report as anonymous, but the trauma that these people go through, they usually even think twice before going. Suppose you're threatened on Facebook, right? Will you ever go back to Facebook or any other application like Facebook ever again? No, right? Then they'll be like, oh wait, I don't even need a phone for me in life. So that's the mentality that usually people go into. The platform, the idea is excellent. It's just that you guys have to also think about having additional features. So suppose you run your sentiment analysis algorithm on Facebook, right? I'm just giving Facebook for an example. And then you pick up some of the keywords that goes on onto their conversations, and then you can categorize and say that okay, these many words were used, which are categorized as harassment and things like that. And if you go into that details more, you'll be able to get an even better, robust tool per se.
yes, sir. Like actually, now that you've said it, it makes more sense. Sir. Like, but then the thing is, what we thought, it is very difficult, sir. Yes, sir. Like, if a person has gone through any form of cyberbullying or harassment, it is very difficult for them to come out. Like, they wouldn't want to tell it to the society, or they wouldn't want to speak more about the topic. So the main, like, the thing is, we are hoping that they would want to come out just because they know they can be safe from this, and it can be anonymous, and they'll not be affected by the things. But then what you've told is like, it's a very interesting thing, sir. I think we can try and get it into the system.
Okay. Yeah, that's about it. I have no other questions, guys. It was good presentation as well. Just one tip, not just for you, for everybody who presented till now, and for everybody who's going to present after this as well. Guys, your slides should just be your anchor to remember the points, but don't read the slides, please. Because if you just read the slides that I can just ask you to mail me those slides and I can read through it. More than just reading through the slides, articulate your problem statement a little more better, right?
Yes, I got it.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sure, sir. We'll ask them to do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Next batch, Abhinav batch, are you ready? Yeah,
Yes,
can
ma'am.
start presenting.
Yes, ma'am, we're ready. Ayan, can you start presenting, please? Yeah. Is the screen visible to everyone?
Yeah, it's visible. You can start.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Abhinav from Information Science Engineering 5th semester, and today we'll be explaining about our PBL BMSIT dashboard.
My team members are Ayanba Talukdar, Chandraprakash Choraria, and Divyam Jain. We have done this project under the guidance of Dr. Sheila Kathawate, Associate Professor at Department of Information Science Engineering. Next. These are the contents of our PPT. Next. Introduction. When we think about data, what is the picture that comes to our mind first? Tons and tons of rows and columns in various Excel sheets. Now, if I tell you to analyze this data, how do you do it? In order to visualize the data, we need extensive knowledge of the tool that we would be using, which in this case is Microsoft Excel. What if I told you that you could get the entire data visualized based on a click of a button without any knowledge of complex formulas or functions? Our project is the answer to this question. Next. Motivation. This project would help us manage the complexity of running an organization, as it would consolidate all the information across the organization from the various softwares that we are using or from the various departments, and pull all the key information from the software applications into one place and visualize it, which would give us instant access to the critical information and give us a clear picture of how we are doing on our key projects. Next. The existing system. In the existing system, the data is stored in Microsoft Excel, and if we wanted any insights from the data, it is not possible to do so unless we visualize it. Now, the visualization tools in Excel are not interactive and show static information. The efficiency of Excel is not sufficient for the amount of data that a college generates per annum, and linking the data with the visualization can be a very tedious task as well. Overall, Excel is a very primitive tool to do anything with data except storing it. Next. The proposed system. The proposed system is to use a feature-enhanced and feature-rich software such as Tableau or Power BI to visualize this data. And the key factor why we're using Tableau is for the interactivity of the visualization. We propose to use interactive dashboards which would track, analyze the key data points with which we can obtain deeper insights and understand the dashboard. For example, in the higher studies dashboard, we can see a trend of majority of the students going to the United States, and there's only one student going to the United Kingdom. Now, why is that?
Sorry to cut you. You're still at the proposed system slide, right? I don't see the charts, if at all you're showing something on the dashboard.
No, sir, we don't intend to show the charts right now. This is just an example that we are showing, but all of this will be showed later on and explained in detail.
Sure. Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. No problem, sir. So why is that? Aren't the colleges not being advertised well, or are the students not eligible for the admission? Now, do the students have sufficient information regarding the offers of scholarships that the university gives? Now, these are a few questions that we can see why the students are not going to United Kingdoms and majority of them are going to United States. Next slide. Relevance to society or industry. Now, a well-designed dashboard would provide on-demand access of all the important metrics that are required in an institution. And with the use of a dashboard, we'll be able to get meaningful insights, like I previously explained, from the higher studies dashboard, which we can further use to identify the trends and weaknesses or the unexpected opportunities that a college gets and are neglected in the whole data set. Now, this holds true especially for the tech industry, which has a unique sheer quantity of the data it can access. Next. Now, the problem statement. The most important data of any college on which the progress can be judged are the yearly placements, alumni records, or the academic performance of the students. The transparency of this data between the college and the students is very opaque because such information is only within the reach of the college. Now, this limits the ability of the students and the outsiders to judge and analyze the progress and quality of the college. It is very strenuous for the college management to analyze the shortcomings and track the progress of the institution. When a student goes for counseling after his entrance exam, he is given a list of all the colleges that he or she can apply for. Now, it is a task to already visit these colleges and see how the campus is. But on top of that, going and talking to all the students about how the college is, how the placements are, and how they are performing. Now, some students might not have proper knowledge of it, or they have an opinion which might vary from others. Now, instead of this, data is a very integral part of the present time. And if the students are given data-driven analysis of the performance of the college, for example, on the college website, they have a dashboard which shows the yearly placements or the academic performance of the colleges based on the departments or the semesters, then it would be easier for them to make their decision. Next. Divyam will be
So
taking over.
this is the timeline of our dashboard. So the first step of any visualization is to understand the business in detail. And based on this, the requirements and objectives are identified and taken into consideration, which is further used to derive the key performance indicators. So a KPI is basically to evaluate the success of an organization or a particular activity in which it engages. Hence, the performance helps to better understand the problem statements. And based on KPIs, the suitable analysis method is chosen. The second step we did was data understanding. Now, this is an important step, and understanding the data is very important. In visualization project, the obtaining the right data is very important. As per the requirements and availability of data, the data important for the visualization is gathered. In the third step, we see data preparation. So this is the most important and tedious step in the project. The data obtained from different sources is raw and cannot be used immediately for visualization in most of the cases. The data is prepared by removing or modifying data that is incorrect, incomplete, irrelevant, duplicated, or improperly formatted. This data is usually not necessary or helpful when it comes to analyzing the data because it may hinder the process or provide inaccurate results. There are several methods for cleansing the data depending on how it is stored along with the answers being sought. Most importantly, the goal of data cleansing is to create data sets that are standardized and uniform to allow business intelligence and data analytics tools to easily access and find the right data for each query. Next slide. Analysis or modeling. Since every data source that we create in Tableau has a data model, we can think of a data model as a diagram that tells Tableau how it should query data in the connected database tables. The tables that we add to the data source page in the structure of the data model can be simple or such as a single table, or it can be more complex with multiple tables that use different combinations of relationships, joins, and unions. Next, we do validation. This is the most important step in visualization because the data visualized should be efficient. This step involves determining whether the data visualized is accurate or not. If it fulfills the requirements, we move on to the next step. Otherwise, the visualization has to be done again carefully after identifying all the constraints that were missed in the previous versions. Next, we do the visualization and presentation. This is the last step, but not the least, as it involves converting the actual visualization into a meaningful and interactive visualization by choosing, the right charts, themes, and determining the best method to present insights. By the end of this step, the visualization should be able to serve the sole purpose effectively, that is to communicate data or information clearly and effectively to the readers. Next slide. So this is the cost estimation. We have enrolled the cost related to all the project members, and then second is for software. As this is a licensed software, there is the for the licensed software the cost is around $70 for a month, and it is an yearly subscription. So we have converted it into rupees, and that's the subtotal around 60,000. Then the software development, which is about creating the dashboard and embedding it into a website. Then the training cost and support includes all the costs required for all the courses that we took out during the learning and training part, along with the Wi-Fi cost. So the total estimate comes out to be around 2.5 lakhs. Next slide.
Talking about the tools used, the main software that we use for this project is Tableau 2020.3. The minimum OS requirement is Windows 7 and all the newer generation. The system requirements are Intel iCore 3 or AMD Ryzen 3, 4 GB RAM, and 2 GB hard disk space for installation purpose. Talking about methodology. So the first step in methodology is connecting databases and building dimension models. This includes getting the dimension models designed and connecting the databases of the data that will be visualized later. The second step is development of sheets and dashboards. So the data are stored in form of sheets in this step, and then dashboards are created with the help of these data from the sheet. The third step is publishing them to server. So as the dashboard is created, the dashboards are published into the Tableau server. Next is look and feel using appropriate filters on reports and dashboards. So to make the dashboards more informative and accessible, we need to use more filters so that it solves more questions and gives more information about the data. The next step is configure scheduling, refresh, and security. So the refresh rate and the security of a dashboard is also very important to keep it up to date and secured. And the last process is embedding the dashboards into a web portal. So in this step, the dashboards are embedded in a web page so that it is accessible by everyone. Now talking about implementation, we would like to show the implementation by showing the demonstration of a web page that we have created. So this is the web page that we created for our dashboard. This is the banner which contains the name of the college and a navigation bar to navigate throughout the website. This is the dashboard section. For now, we are working on 4 dashboards: placements, alumni, high studies, and academics. This is a section where our vision is written and also the founders of BMSIT are mentioned. This is the footer where different information about the college like the address and contact details are given. Quick links are given so that we can navigate from footer also throughout the website, and also links for different social handles of our college are given. This is a logo that we have improvised for this website. Now I would like Divyam to explain the placement dashboard.
Thanks, Ayan. So this is the placement dashboard, and it shows the placement record of the college in the given years. So it has 6 sections. The first section, as you can see in the screen, consists of 2 trend charts along with a bar chart in the bottom. The trend chart in the top left corner shows the number of offers that were grabbed by the students in the following years from 2016 to 20. The trend chart just next to it shows the number of companies that came for placements in the following years. There is also a bar chart in the bottom of that dashboard which shows the average CGPA required to be eligible for placements in the following years. This dashboard is interactive, so we can select any year from the given list. So for example, if we select 2016, so this shows all the details of the placement in the year 2016 along with the number of offers, as we can see 407, along with the companies count, which is 82. There are, as you can see in the dashboard, there are 2 sections. The left one shows a tree map, which consists of the list of different companies which came for placement in 2016. There is also a bar chart in the right side, which shows the details of placement based on each company. So, for example, if we select any company, say Cognizant, the bar chart changes according to the company, and it shows the count of different people from different branches which were selected in Cognizant and their counts. So, for example, CSC 19 was there, EC 9, Triple E 5, and we can have a look for other branches as well. So, there is also a back button which brings us back to the original dashboard, and the same thing applies for other years as well. So that's about placement dashboard. Moving on to the alumni dashboard. This is the alumni dashboard, and gives an overview of alumni based on the educational courses, higher education institutions, roles played, and location. As shown in the dashboard, the bar chart in the bottom left corner shows the number of alumni in different branches. The pie chart displays the number of alumni in a particular country, and the bar chart at the bottom right corner shows the count of alumni based on a particular state or province. There is a trend chart in the top left corner which shows the trend of different PGDM courses opted based on the count. The table next to it lists the names of different universities where the alumni pursued their higher education. Also, the table in the top right corner lists their job profiles. Additionally, one can filter the results based on the query in just a few clicks. For instance, by selecting a bar, say CSE from the bar chart, the count is 39. So there were 39 people in the branch CSE. And if we select any country from here, say United States, we can see the results are getting filtered. Further, if we want to select any other province, we can see that Washington has most number of people who were from CSE branch and are in United States. So if we click on Washington, we can see in the trend chart in the top left corner that there were two people who did their post graduation, and that too in MS from San Jose State University and University of Pennsylvania. And there is also a section which shows their different job profiles. So network administrator 1, software developer 1, and software tester 2, and data analyst 3. And there's a reset button which resets all the filter. Now we can use the filters based on our needs. So right now I showed you the filters based on the branch. If we want to click on country, based on country, if we want to search everything, we can do that also. So that's all about alumni dashboard. Moving on to the higher studies dashboard, which will be explained by Chandra Prakash.
Thanks, Divya. Moving on to higher studies dashboard. This dashboard is meant for the visualization of students pursuing higher education in their respective countries and its university. The dashboard includes 3 representation, which are in the form of charts. So the first one includes a world map, which displays the country location, which is then followed by the pie chart, where we have a clear distribution between the countries and the number of students pursuing higher education in those respective countries. The third represents the name of the universities along with its world ranking. So when a particular segment is selected from a pie chart, say USA, so we obtain the following change in the other two graphs, and also we have the list of universities which are displayed here, which comes under USA. Let's click on University of Southern California. Okay, so we obtain the information such as the world ranking of the university, which in this case is 23. When we hover over to the world map.
Sorry to cut you. What was that count 9 that you're showing there? What do you mean by USA 9?
Sir, the number of universities are 9, which comes under USA.
Okay, there are 9 universities in USA where people have got higher studies.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, sir. It means 9 students in USA, sir.
No. 9 universities are also there when you go down. And in total, each and everything is there.
Guys, is it 9 students or 9 universities? Be very clear or specific on what you are saying.
So it says 9 is the number of students who have gone to USA.
Yes, sir.
Like I mentioned in my previous example, they have 9 students who have gone to USA and there's only 1 student who's gone to United Kingdom. Why is that? So this is that aspect of it.
Okay,
Yes.
so you're saying 9 students have gone there.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely, sir.
Can you just quickly download the underlying data for that, please? Is there a feature where I can just look at the underlying data?
So which
no,
data?
sir, that feature is not there right now.
Okay, can you just click on that? Next to exclude, there is a button. Can you just click on that, please?
If we exclude that, then it removes United States from
click on full data. Click on full data.
Full data.
Click on full data on top there.
Yes, next to summary.
Yes, sir.
So 9 students for these many universities.
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it.
Sir, so it means that 4 students are in USA who are studying in University of Southern California. Then when we click on University of Maryland,
Its university ranking will be like 131, and when we hover over to the world map, we see the location, which is USA, and the name of the university, and the count of student is like 1 who are pursuing education in that respective university. Now moving on to academics dashboard. So this dashboard is meant for the visualization of academic performances of the branch in all the respective semesters, and also the combined performances as a whole. Through this dashboard, we can analyze the trends in the CGPA scored in each and every semester branch-wise, due to which we can monitor the progress of the department. The visualization of academic dashboard includes line chart, which shows the number of students who have scored a certain CGPA in the range up to 10, which is displayed in the form of trends. It is then followed by the second chart, which is bar chart, that represents the average CGPA of the respective departments, and the last representation includes the CGPA scores of all the 8 semesters. In the left bottom part of the dashboard, when a branch is selected from the bar graph, say ISC, we obtain the information such as the average CGPA of ISC department, which in this case is 7.6. And the third representation includes the CGPA scores of all the 8 semesters. The top chart includes the line chart where we see the number of students who have scored a certain CGPA up to the range of 10, which in this case is 7.6, and the number of students who have scored the CGPA is 5. We can view the CGPA scores based on the filters which we have provided in the right section. Click on semester 4. Yeah, so we obtain the a change in the graph where we see the CGPA scores scored by the students in semester 4, which in this case is 7.0, and the number of students who have scored 7 SGPA is 9. In the same way, we can view the information of all the departments by clicking on the respective segments of the department in the bar chart. Now I would like Ayanaba to explain the conclusion.
So talking about the conclusion, the project work title BMSIT Dashboard based on data visualization and Tableau aims to fulfill the purpose of easy and efficient handling of most important data of college. This dashboard helps to increase the transparency between students and college about different data like placements, academic records, alumni records, etc. This helps the students and outsiders to get a better view of the quality of a college. This also as works beneficial for the college management to keep track and efficiently analyze the shortcomings as well as the progress of a college and take actions accordingly. Talking about future enhancement. So the future enhancement includes making more dashboards based on the requirements of institution. Like we can add different dashboards, for example, cutoff of different exams like Comet K or CET for admissions in different college. Number two, using the college data to show real-time results. Number three, providing insights from the dashboards. As Abhinav said, why there are 9 students in USA and only 1 student in UK. We can work on giving more insights about different data using the dashboard. And at last but not least, enhancing look of the web page into which the dashboards are embedded. It means we can work on enhancing the look of the web page more to make it more user friendly and more interactive so that the dashboards are more efficient. And these are the references that we used for our project. Thank you.
Okay. A quick few questions. What are the products of Tableau you guys are aware of?
So the Tableau Online, one is that, Tableau Desktop, Tableau Server, and Tableau Reader. There's one Tableau Public also.
Okay. Then when you have things like, so what is the difference between online and server? Have you done some research on that?
So Tableau Server is more of an enterprise level Tableau software where we can publish our data from the Tableau desktop and share them throughout our organization. And in Tableau Online, it is where it is hosted. This is a hosted version of the Tableau server, which would help us make the data intelligence faster and easier before that.
Okay. And why did you narrow down on Tableau when you had Power BI and other dashboards as well? Any particular
Yes, so
reason?
that we had a few reasons in mind. So a few of them were, first, we agree that Tableau is an expensive software and Power BI is fairly cheaper when compared to it. But if we look at the advanced analytic capabilities, Power BI just supports R language, but Tableau supports R and Python as well. And when we consider cloud capability, Power BI is only connected with Microsoft Azure. But whereas Tableau can be compatible with other cloud platforms like Azure, as well as AWS, Amazon Web Services. And the storage limits that Tableau gives us is more compared to Power BI. So Power BI just gives us 10 GB of cloud storage, whereas Tableau gives us about 100 GB of data storage. That is one of the key factors.
Okay. And have you, can you just flash the costing sheet here for Tableau?
Yes, sir.
So you're saying the license, you just need one license for Tableau, and that will cost you 62,000.
So this is per person, individual. So right now we are considering that this license will only be with the principal who will be viewing this, and that is the cost of one license per annum. But for us, we got a student license for about a year.
Sorry, $70 is what you've put, is it? License cost?
Yes, sir, $70. That is for the entire Tableau enterprise.
Okay. Why do you need $70 license here? I'm sorry if it's getting too technical, but I'm just trying to understand because I work on this particular domain. The reason why I'm asking you, why do you need a $70 license when you can go for the $45 viewer license? Have you looked at those licensings as well?
So we haven't got, to be honest with you, we haven't gone that in depth with this. So we wanted to give an overall package of this. So we thought that $70 would be the most reasonable amount.
The $70
which would give us the editing capabilities as well. Because right now we have a license for only 1 year, which we got on our student IDs.
Student ID, right.
What happens after the 1 year? So that we have considered.
Right. So after 1 year, what happens is, I'm just giving you for your knowledge, FYI information. So it's just that, see, Tableau, whatever license that you're saying, $70 is a developer license. Okay. It's for your Tableau desktop, as well as your one online or one on server based on what a requirement is. But when you're giving this to a principal, or if you're giving it to a department head, they will not be doing any sort of development activity, right? So there are other licenses, say viewer licenses. There are so if you're going for a viewer license, it would cost you about $45 a user license or something of that sort. And if you have more than 100 users per se, like if your target audience is more than 100 users, then what you have to do is you have a bulk license purchase, which would only cost you $12. In that way, you would be able to cut down on the cost of licensing as well.
Okay, sir.
So that is one aspect that you have to consider. Do you happen to have the workbook file with you? Can you just show me if you've done any sort of data model on this, or how did you get this data?
So the data, actually, we have distributed the work among our team members. So there are a few dashboards that I created. There are a few dashboards that Divyam has created. So the dashboards are scattered around at the moment, but all of them are uploaded to our Tableau online.
Okay.
And as far as data sets are concerned, the alumni data set is a mock. All of them are mock data sets, except the placement data set that we got from our college website. Apart from that, all of them are just mock data sets. And once this gets implemented, that is, if it will, we plan on using the official data that our college gets or generates.
Great. Okay. And have you worked on something on? Did you do any sort of calculations on Tableau, or it was just drag and drop of those fields or columns that you needed to display? Like how?
So there are a few calculations that we have done, for example, counting and averaging out stuff, but we haven't done a lot of calculations on Tableau as such, because that was slowing down our data. That was slowing down our dashboard. So we kept the calculation to the minimum, and most of the calculation was done in the data set already in Excel.
So our maximum time was taken in creating mock data sets, sir, because
Yes,
it
sir.
was not available.
Okay. Okay. Guys, this is a booming technology. I completely am for what you guys have done. It's just that areas of focus are learn more about how calculations can be optimized. What are these different other technologies comparative to Tableau as well, and look for how to what do you say, data model in Tableau, because I know, because you've done split the work. For example, you have your placement, you just have one sheet, or an Excel that you're just loading it as placement data, right? But whereas, what if you have to link placement to, say, your CGP or your uh, grades and things like that? If you have to
Yes,
map
sir.
these two, then what do you do? How will
So
you?
that is one thing that we have considered. So in the placement dashboard, it's just the front dashboard. Ayan, can you please open the website for a
Yeah, I'm
second?
opening it.
Placement dashboard. So in this,
Correctly.
there's only one dashboard, the placement dashboard, and the trends, offers, and eligibility criteria. These are three different worksheets. And 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, these are different dashboards that we have created. And these are just navigation buttons that take us to that dashboard. So in the similar way, we can make a whole front face of the dashboard, which will lead us to or navigate us to different tabs such as the alumni or higher studies or academic for that reference.
Right. No, just one thing. I understand that. What I was looking at, or what would give more value is,
Hmm.
see, there is something that you're saying in 2016, your CGPA of 7 was eligible for placements,
Yes, sir.
correct? But if I want to get my actual count from somewhere and saying, okay, 7 was my eligible score, but there were 50 people who were above 7, 20 people who were at 7. There are one or two below 7 as well who have got placed. So if there is an information on another table per se, and if you have to merge these tables,
Yes, sir.
you have not worked anything on merging 2, 3 tables here because you're mocked
We
up the data.
Sir,
So that
actually,
is,
these
yeah.
2000, all the years, the data set, they were different. So there's an option to connect more tables. So in 2016 table, we connected all the data, all the tables from 2017 to 20 based on some common factors such as the CGPA and the number of
The number of
offers. So there were
offers and
some
number of
common columns
components.
on which on the basis of which we connected all the tables. They were
Can
different.
can you do any sort of joins or based on measures? I'm just curious. Have you joined based on some measures or have you joined based on some dimensions?
We have
Sir, based
joined based on dimensions majorly, but this is something that we need to learn more about Tableau. And there are many future enhancements that we have in mind. For example, providing more insights. Like the higher studies insight that I gave, that was just the tip of the iceberg that we can get from Tableau. Tableau is a very powerful software indeed. And future enhancements are to give insights to the college. Insights will be provided to the college, and this visualized data is to be embedded to the college website if it does happen anytime soon.
Okay, got it. Great. You guys can feel free to reach out to me anytime because I work as a Tableau architect as well. So let me know if you guys hit any roadblocks. Always happy to help.
Absolutely. Sure,
Thank you
sir.
so much.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Sir, shall we continue, sir, with the next batch, Sharath?
Yes, ma'am. We can continue with the next batch as well.
Yeah, Akansha batch, are you ready?
No.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
start presenting now.
Amandeep, can you present your screen?
Presenting. Is it visible? Yes.
Yeah, it's visible. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. This is Divyanshu Sachan, and my teammates include Akansha Tanu, Khyati Gupta, Amandeep Singh, and our PBL presentation title is Weather Prediction Using Machine Learning. We are under the guidance of Professor Mahalakshmi S. Next slide, please. These are the contents of our PPT, and we'll be going through them one by one. Next slide. Okay. So for introduction to weather forecasting, I'm gonna introduce some common terms regarding weather forecasting, and the first one is weather itself. So weather refers to the condition of air on Earth at a given time. It's more of a spontaneous phenomenon, and it changes frequently. Next we have is climate. So climate refers to the average weather conditions in a place over many years, and it's more of a long-term phenomenon, and it depends on a lot of factors such as the distance of the Earth from the sun, the rotation of the Earth, wind directions, etc. Next we have is weather forecasting. It's a completely it's a complete field of science in itself, and it deals with predicting the conditions of the atmosphere, and it takes into account a lot of parameters such as temperature, pressure, humidity, dew point, rain. So dew point is the temperature at which air needs to be cooled so that water vapor begin to precipitate. We have next rainfall, precipitation, wind speed, and size of dataset. The size of dataset refers to the historical data of weather conditions of a place. Next slide, please. Coming on to the problem statement that we are going to tackle, it says, what is the purpose of weather forecast and who really finds them useful? So weather forecasting is really important, and it finds its application in a lot of industries. The major ones include the aviation industries. Like pilots need to know whether the weather of a place to plan their routes, the kind of disturbance or the turbulence they're going to encounter. Next, we have the boating industries. Uh, the sailors need to know the weather conditions of the sea to plan their tours, and the fishing conditions, the high tides and the low tides. Other modes of transportation also require weather forecasting. The farming industry, the agriculture industry. So India's economy is still largely based on agriculture, and a lot of percentage of those farmers still depend on natural sources of water such as rainfall for irrigation purposes, and for other purposes also, like for applying fertilizers and pesticides application. Weather forecasting is necessary, and they are kind of our main target audience also over here. Next, we have the tourism industry. Of course, people need to know the weather conditions of the place they're gonna visit, and so that they can plan their visit accordingly. The sporting industries also need to plan events accordingly, and really, weather forecasting is very important and finds application in majority of fields. Next slide, please. Coming on to the literature survey, we used two major papers for our project, and the first one being forecasting using machine learning. And this paper kind of acted as an introduction for us into machine learning and weather forecasting both. The second one is weather forecast prediction, an integrated approach for analyzing and measuring weather data. So this paper helped us with narrowing down on the algorithm that we're going to use for weather forecasting. We use decision tree classifiers for our model. Next slide. Applications, it finds application in a vast majority of fields. First one is, of course, severe weather alerts. So weather forecasting can help evacuate regions that are going to be hit by hurricanes or floods, tsunamis. So in the case of tsunamis, you can't really predict earthquakes, but you can predict the impact, and you can evacuate those regions accordingly. Air traffic control, as we discussed, pilot needs to know the weather conditions. Marine travel, sailors need to know the weather conditions. Agriculture, farmers depend a lot on rainfall. Utility companies can include fisheries, fishing companies, which foray into the sea, and they depend on the high tides and low tides for capturing fishes. Military application, tourism, and transport, all we have covered. Next slide. Okay, so these are all the applications only. Surfers know when large waves are expected, so it's a sport in itself, and people foray into the sea when large waves are expected. We have
Okay, so Sorry to
When
cut you. You'll have to do a spell check on the slide.
sorry,
You have to do a spell check on the slide. You say people can, it's become cam.
yeah, this should be can. Okay,
Can. Do a quick spell check.
okay. Uh, Next we'll have Akansha presenting the from the next slides.
Okay, thank you, Divyanshu. Now I'll be explaining methodology. Two types of dependencies. As weather condition always have slight variation due to change in the weather parameters. So our first dependency is difference between previous day's parameter and present day's parameter. And the second dependency will be the current week's weather with respect to previous years. Our aim is to utilize both dependencies to propose a mathematical model for weather prediction. Hence, we are checking for a period of time to look for previous conditions to match with the current scenario so that we can predict accordingly. So while we gather data sets for model, there are some pseudo parameters which are called as ordered information. So these parameters we are classifying into four brief classes. First one is rain, tempest, and snow is classified as precipitation. Then for most part shady, foggy, and cloudy is classified into exceptionally shady. Scattered mist and somewhat shady is considered as modestly shady, and a clear sky is considered to be clear. So we aim at providing accurate result in order to provide correct prediction. So coming to workflow, in this approach, the project is completed in four stages as shown in the figure: the data collection and data preprocessing, data cleaning, data selection, and finally data transportation. Generally, responsible parameters for the weather prediction are maximum temperature, minimum temperature, wind speed, wind direction, etc. These are collected from weather stations and then perform the decision tree algorithm on available data sets and predict the future weather such as either day-wise, month-wise, or year-wise. The tools we have used here are while developing the model, we have used Python as a programming language. The software tool we are using is Jupyter Notebook, and the operating system required is Windows 7 or Windows 10. Now, Kathy will explain the implementation and algorithm used. Over to you, Kathy.
Yes, thank you, Kanksha. So we have basically the algorithm used is decision tree classifier. It is a simple and widely used classification technique. It applies a straightforward idea to solve the classification problem. Decision tree classifier basically poses a series of carefully crafted questions about which attributes of the test record. Each time it receives an answer, a follow-up question is asked until a conclusion about the class level of the record is reached. Next, Akanksha. So we have covered the data from 1996 to 2017 for our model, and the following procedure will be adopted: data cleaning, data selection, data transformation, and data mining. So talking about data cleaning. Data cleaning is the process of preparing data for analysis by removing or modifying data that is incomplete, duplicated, or improperly formatted. This data is usually not necessary or helpful when it comes to analyzing data because it may hinder the process or provide inaccurate results. There are several methods for cleaning data depending on how it is stored along with the answers being sought. Data cleaning is not simply about erasing information to make space for new data, but rather finding a way to maximize a dataset accuracy without removing the necessary information. Next, Akanksha. Data selection, talking about data selection, it is defined as a process of determining the appropriate data type and source as well as suitable instruments to collect data. Data selection precedes the actual practice of data collection. And now it's data transformation. So in data transformation process, data transformed from one format to another format that is appropriate for data mining. We would be using comma separated value, that is the CSV file format. Next. Coming to data mining is the process of finding anomalies, patterns, and correlation within a large dataset to predict outcomes. The testing method adopted for this research was percentage split that train on a percentage of data set cross-validate on it, and test on the remaining percentage data set. Now over to you, Amandeep.
Thank you, Khyati. Okay, so the dataset that we are using is freely available and it has the following five characteristics, mainly temperature, atmospheric pressure, humidity, fog point, and dew point. The next slide, please. So the output that we are actually projecting right here is in the form of a heat map, wherein we have the y-axis as the years and the x-axis as the months. The red region signifies degree of hotness, whereas the blue region signifies the degree of coolness. The next slide, please. Okay, so the output histograms here provide the two statuses. That is the one, the top 10 common weather conditions, and the other one is the bad weather conditions from the time 1997 to 2017. And these are the two screenshots that we have attached from our notebook as an output. The next slide, please. The model that we actually have has achieved an accuracy of 78.53%. We'll try on improving on that. And we wish to implement this model to predict weather in the future, as high accuracy has been achieved on this one as well. So next slide, please. The results shown here, these parameters have influenced the weather observed in these years, and given enough data, the observed trend over time could be studied, and important deviations which show changes in maybe the climatic conditions, the patterns should be identified with ease with this model. And that's pretty much the presentation. Thank you. The next one slide. Yeah, these are the references that we have. These three papers are the backbone to what we have proposed right now. Next slide, please. Yeah.
How is this different from what is currently happening? What is the USP or the unique selling point of your tool or technology here?
So currently the traditional methods have satellites and radar. What happens is the satellite gives you clear picture of what is happening from what is observed, like from the above. But the main reason is we already have the data. We already can predict what is happening right now. The only issue that we had and what we were observing when we read the papers, when we were searching online, is that the accuracy level is pretty low. And for the models that we saw, all the integrated models that we saw, they were all achieving the accuracy at 67% or maybe 66%. The main issues that we had were that the data is already there. There is tons of data on weather, on climatic conditions, and you can find it all everywhere. Like it's available freely. The main issue was that of accuracy, and what we thought was to implement a model so that in the near future we can implement it with the help of AI, so that the accuracy can be achieved at a much more higher level.
Okay. So I heard that you mentioned one point which said with enough data. What according to you is enough data? How much of data are you looking at?
So we already have a lot of data. We have more than 10,000 columns of data already with us. But the issue is with this is that there are many characteristics which you can divide this weather forecast data into. There are a lot of parameters like dew point and all this stuff. So what we think of is maybe all these characteristics can be coupled up into a umbrella term and bunched up into some 5 major points, so that we can work up on that majorly and not look on the other constraints. This is what we have in mind.
Okay. Have you looked at so you said there are some features that you have considered, right? Say dew point, XYZ. What are the top three main contributing features? If you can name that one or two, saying this weightage of this contributes to most of my predictions. Weightage on this particular column contributes to X percentage of my prediction. Do you have something on that line?
So mostly the three major things are the dew point, the fog, and the atmospheric pressure. These are the 3 points that contribute to the most conditions that we observe. The graph that we have actually is based on these three values. Majorly, it's based on the five characteristics that we mentioned, but these three play the major role in predicting what will happen.
Okay.
Because temperature remains constant over 2 weeks or 3 weeks, but these things they change constantly, like on a daily basis.
Okay, so your prediction is going to be a daily prediction, or is it going to be a monthly prediction? What exactly? How are you looking at it?
Sorry, sir, I didn't get your question.
Are you going to give a daily prediction or a monthly prediction? What's your thought on implementing this?
Currently, we are predicting from the data set value only. We are not predicting like tomorrow's weather or something. We will add that on from in next semester maybe.
No, right. That's okay. But what is your thought? How are you planning to implement it? Uh,
Monthly prediction or week prediction maybe. Weekly, like next week we can tell that this temperature range may be there.
okay, so next week, these are the number of days. Say Monday is going to be 10 degree, Tuesday is going to be 20 degree, whatever. That's how you're going to plan the predicting. Okay, yeah, I think I'm clear, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Arnav batch. Arnav, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Arnav, Disha, yes, can you start your presentation?
Yes,
Yeah, ma'am. 1 minute. Good morning, everyone. I would like to quickly introduce me and my team. I am Disha Shanbag, followed by Arnav Shrestha and Adya, under the guidance of Professor Shweta MS. Over to you, Adya.
Thank you, Disha. A very good morning to one and all present here. I'm Adya, and now I'm going to give you a brief about our project, that is Alicia, the web-based voice assistant. So what basically Alicia is? Alicia is a web-based voice assistant that is used to recognize and respond to the voice commands. Alicia will allow us to do a variety of tasks hands-free by enhancing the user interface of the website. Alicia will be customized according to the functioning and the requirement of the website. So before we proceed to the detailed version of our project, we actually had done a research over the existing system that are present. So let's have a talk about Siri. So Siri was developed in the year 2011, and it's a virtual assistant that is a part of an Apple incorporated iOS, iPadOS, iWatchOS, macOS, and tvOS operating system. Next, we have Alexa. It was developed in the year 2014, and it's an Amazon smart assistant which is accessible through Amazon Echo, Fire Sticks, and Fire TV. It is available on the widest variety of devices. Next, we have Cortana. It was developed in the year 2014, and it's a virtual assistant developed by Microsoft that uses the Bing search engine to perform various tasks. At last, we have the Google Assistant. It's an AI-powered virtual assistant by Google, which is primarily available only on mobile and the small home devices. So now moving to the motivation for doing this project. Well, ever since the beginning of the age of the computers, we all have mostly been dependent on the interfaces that require screen. In spite of the advancement in the technology, people still find it difficult to adapt with the interfaces of the website. Therefore, we come up with this idea of enhancing the UI by introducing a customized voice assistant for a particular website. Since we all know it's easier to express it with our voice rather than just randomly clicking here and there. So now, moving on to how our project is going to be beneficial for the society. Well, the Alicia, that is the web-based voice assistant, will definitely help in encouraging the visually impaired or the physically challenged people to cope up with the technology. It will make them interdependent for surfing the websites. Such a customized voice assistant also makes it easy for the elderly people and the ones who are new to technology to access the website very easily. Also, voice assistant that is customized is totally beneficial in industrial field as well, as it enhances the UI of their website that therefore results in attracting the variety of people. Now I would like Disha to continue. Over to you, Disha.
Thank you, Adya. So, discussing about the problem statement, the current digital assistant can help only till certain extent, and yet there are no conventional interface that will enhance the user experience. In order to overcome that, we have proposed a system. So one of the disadvantages with Google, Siri, and Cortana is that we cannot customize it according to any website. And we did a good deal of research and found that there is no customizable voice assistant in market till date. In our project, we have designed a sample educational website that is Smart Learner, and we have enabled voice assistant in it. What I meant by customizable is that, for example, if there are two clients, one with travel agency and the other one is having a restaurant, so they will expect voice assistant with commands for their particular website, and we will design according to the clients and their application needs. So coming to the statistics, according to our research, it said that global voice assistant market is expected to reach approximately 7.7 billion USD by 2025. 76% of the users are familiar with speech and voice recognition. On an average, user interacts with voice assistant at least once in a year. So coming to our project schedule, we started brainstorming the project right after the commencement of our semester. We started planning and researching. Once the idea was confirmed, we started designing the sample website and voice assistant using Figma software. Once the design was confirmed, we started coding it, and once the coding was done, we tested it and maintained it. In the sense, anything which was updated in the website will be updated in the voice assistant accordingly. So these are some of the hardware and software tools which we used. Now the demo will be given by Arnav.
Thank you, Disha. I'll just present my screen. Yeah, so this is the sample educational voice assistant based website we have made. In the homepage, we can see the options like faculty, courses, about, contact, and also the activation button for our voice assistant Alicia. Coming to faculty, we have information of all the faculty members with their names and the subjects they teach. Next on the navigation bar is the courses option, wherein all the courses are listed along with the notes and videos and all the necessary materials required by the student. Coming to the about section, we have features like about the voice assistant and the website. And we also have a follow us link over here which redirects us to the social media handles. Coming to contact, we have information through which clients can connect with us and enlighten us on the requirements of their website, and accordingly we can make a voice assistant with all the necessary commands for their website. Having known all this, let's have a talk with Alicia. Hello. What is this website about?
Arnav, I think you should share your system audio as well, because I don't think your system audio is getting shared. So
Sorry, sir, can you repeat?
I think you'll have to make sure that your system audio also comes in, because we will not be able to hear the voice assistants or else.
Okay, I'll just do one thing. Just confirm that if you can hear its voice now. Hello.
I can hear your voice.
No, the assistant's voice. Just a second. Hello. Was that audible, sir?
No, Arnav, it's not audible.
That's possible. Okay, I'll just connect my headphones. Just a second. Hello.
How can I help you?
Was that audible?
Yeah, slightly, but not to that extent.
practice it in this way only, and it was audible when we were practicing once. Should I continue with this only? I don't
So
think.
continue. Let me see if it is audible.
Okay, ma'am. What is this website about?
No, Arnav, it's not audible. Can you try as what sir has suggested? Sharing your audio.
Hello. Is that audible?
No, it's not audible, Arnav. Not audible.
And we have practiced it. It was audible when we were practicing.
Arnav, just a quick suggestion. You can join the same meeting via your phone as well. Just mute your what do you say? Go
Okay,
on mute
okay,
on
got
this
it.
particular system, and then you can just make us hear what she says.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'll do that.
You have to mute your audio on your phone.
I have joined the meeting via phone also, sir. Hello.
Alicia, how can I help you?
Yeah, it's now audible.
I'll just mute it.
Yeah, it's audible. You can continue, Arnav.
Smart website because it has an inbuilt voice assistant. Alicia.
Tell me the contact details.
Phone number is 99889665569. Our email at gmail.com.
Is that better?
There is a lot of echo happening, Arnav.
Don't know why is this.
It's coming, but echo is there at the background.
I'll just continue with this only. I guess I don't have any other options.
Okay, proceed.
Okay, apart from these commands, what we have done that the user does not need to click on the buttons individually like home, faculty, course, others. He can just command for that as well. I'll just show you. Faculty,
Faculty members here.
courses, courses,
These are the courses available in our website.
home, scroll down, scroll up, about, contact.
Here's our contact details. Connect with us.
So we have even made the website responsive, meaning it will have different interfaces for different devices. Like in the phone, it will look something out like this. Yeah. So this was a sample website with a voice assistant Alicia, which is customized according to this website. Accordingly, the assistant can be made according to the needs of any websites. I would like Adya to carry on the presentation.
Well, now talking about the future enhancement, we are still far away from understanding the genuine capacity of the speech recognition technology, and voice assistant are always improving and learning. So there's an always scope of enhancing the voice assistant in various aspects. So here in our project, we are basically focusing on improving the design and adding some more additional features, also increasing the database capacity, and also to humanize the voice recognition and also to improve the interface.
So coming to references, these are the reference papers which we used before constructing the voice assistant. So my friends, finally I would like to conclude by saying that the voice assistant is more than affordable and offer many benefits to the user. Having a personal voice assistant with access to unlimited benefit, isn't this what mankind dreams about? Thank you.
Okay. Good that you guys have explored an opportunity to read out through websites and things like that. How would you classify? What do I say? So you're saying the content of the web page you will be able to read out, and your target audience was a person who's visually impaired. So will it take any sort of keyword and do a keyword match as well? Because for example, instead of saying faculty, I say staff. Will that also be recognized by the system?
So, sir, first of all, that not only that physically challenged people can access the website, even us, we can access the website to save our time. Just to
Correct,
stay
correct. Yeah. No. What I'm saying is, for a physically challenged person, or for me, for that matter,
connected.
instead of saying faculty, I said staff. Give me your
Yes,
staff
sir.
information.
Yeah.
Will it map staff to faculty? Is there some kind of like similar?
Yes, yeah, we can give multiple comments for the same like command. Like if we give faculty or staff, and we can add on the comments. So either of them, if matches, then it will redirect you to the faculty or staff, whatever you have asked for.
Okay. No, are you actually currently looking at it, or is it has to be an enhancement or an enhancement feature? Is it already there incorporated?
Uh, Regarding multiple comments, it's not yet. We have not yet like given multiple comments, but it can be an answer.
Okay. Can this also serve these kind of like help desk tools? So, for example, I'm raising a ticket on my at internet. Internet is not working. So instead of having a chat, I can have like a voice command and it gives me responses. Is that something that you can implement on the same tool?
Yes, sir, it can be done. If there's a travel website or something of that sort, and we train the website assistant according to their needs, then you can like book a ticket also means through this assistant.
Okay.
The number of commands which can be given and trained to this assistant is there are many such commands, so we can do many things.
Okay. And what would be your estimated cost to get this entire system in place?
To get the entire system in place, it basically needs some softwares to be bought, and other than that, I don't think that so. Approx 5-10,000. Because it's just to buy software and the licenses. Other than that, I don't think that any hardware requirement is there. Also, if you are hosting the website, like we integrate it in the website and we host the website, so the cost of hosting and buying the domain name that will also be included.
Okay. Got it. I'm clear on this project as well. Thank you so much, guys.
How is it different, sir? That Alexa and Bixby and all these are available in the market today, but they can't be integrated in like say for take example college website. We can't integrate a Siri or Google Assistant in our college website. So we can make they are available for phone or desktop purpose, but we what this can do is that it can have commands according to the college website's need. So it can be helpful for students to navigate through the college website or any other website for that.
Got it. Makes sense. Yeah. It adds up and it paints the picture in my head.
Yes, sir. There was a problem regarding the audio, but when we were practicing, it was crystal clear. I don't know why it happened now.
No worries, no worries.
Yes, sir.
Nice presentation, Arnav. Don't worry. Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you, ma. Anisha? Anisha Batch, are you
Yes,
ready?
ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
start
We
your
are.
presentation.
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. Can you see my screen, ma'am? Is my
Yes.
screen?
Yeah, your
Yes,
screen.
Anisha.
Yeah, ma'am. So, one second. I want Janvi to start first. Janvi, please take over.
Yeah. Good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself, Janvi, along with my teammates Anisha, Aleki, and Malvika, are going to present our PBL, which is on the topic heart disease prediction. Next. Next. In our day to day life, people are undergoing a routine and schedule which leads to stress and anxiety. This leads to diseases like heart diseases. The number of people affected by heart diseases increases irrespective of age in both men and women. In 2016, India reported 63% of total deaths due to non-communicable disease. 45% of the deaths are in the 40 to 69-year age group. Keeping all factors in mind, we developed a ML-based diagnosis system for heart disease prediction by using heart disease dataset. Next slide. The whole ML is motivated to develop an appropriate computer-based system and decision support that can aid to early detection of heart disease. In this project, we have developed a model which classifies if a patient will have a heart disease or not. Next. Clinical decisions are existing systems, that is, clinical decisions are often made based on doctors' intuition and experience rather than on the knowledge of rich data hidden in the database. This leads to unwanted biases, errors, and excessive medical costs, which affects the quality of service provided to patients. There are many ways that a medical misdiagnosis can occur. A misdiagnosis of a serious illness can have an extreme and harmful effect. Next, Alekia will take over.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alekia, and coming to the proposed systems, this practice leads to unwanted biases, errors, and excessive medical costs, which affects the quality of service provided to patients. Thus, we propose that integration of clinical decision support with computer bias, patient record could reduce medical errors, enhance patient safety, decrease unwanted patients variation, and improve patient outcome. So the main objective is to effectively predict if the patient suffers from heart disease. And we have used like 6 machine learning models, which are decision tree, random forest, logistic regression, K nearest neighbor, then artificial neural network, and naive Bayes. The health professional can enter the input values from the patient's health report, and the data is fed into the model, which predicts the probability of having the heart diseases. Coming to the problem description, the heart disease can be managed effectively with a combination of lifestyle changes, medicine, and some surgeries. With the right treatment, the symptoms of the heart disease can be reduced and the functioning can be improved.
Alekia, sorry for
Yes,
interruption.
yes,
Don't read it from the slide, Alekia. Whatever you have understood, please explain that to us, okay?
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Don't read it from the slide. Sorry. Yes, you can
Yeah,
continue.
yes, ma'am. So basically, so the main objective is that we can reduce the heart disease symptoms and then improve the functioning of the heart disease. Then next page, existences. Uh, so coming to the relevance of society, we have proposed a system that is based on the GUI and many other systems like expandable system, then it is user friendly, scalable, and reliable also. And the general physician, they can even utilize these tools to diagnose for the cardiac patients also. And then next page. So this is how the project was scheduled, and then the cost estimation was done like this. So now Malvika will take over.
Thank you, Alekia. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Malvika, and I'll be taking over the presentation from here. As you can see, these are the two main research papers that we referred to. The limitations that we found in these papers was that the accuracy was not that great. It was around 80 to 85%. Our model gives us an accuracy of 85 to 95%, which is a bit better than what the research paper model said. Another limitation that we found was that the model used in the research paper was gave accurate results only for small data sets. And then in our model, we made it such that we get an accuracy rate of 90% irrespective of the size of the data set used. Another limitation that we found was that the ID3 model takes a lot of time to execute. But then in our model, the time taken for execution is faster. Anisha, next slide. Thank you. And then in the tools used, the hardware tools includes your basic laptop or desktop. And then in the software we used the Windows 10 operating system. And then we used MySQL Workbench for the backend database. We Visual Studio Code to code our model. And then we use Django Python web framework to build a web-based application to execute the project. Nisha, yeah. In the methodology we adopted was to first take the appropriate data set and process that data to take the relevant details. Then we used algorithms like random forest, naive Bayes, decision tree, and others to build and train our model. We got the most accurate result from random forest algorithm. Hence, we kept that to build and train our model and predict if the patient has a heart condition or not. Anisha, next slide. Yeah, and these are some of the results that we obtained. This Anisha will show on later during the presentation. And then in the future enhancement, as we all know, accuracy is very important in the medical field. Even a small error will cause grave dangers to the life of the patient. Hence, we plan to build a hybrid model using two most accurate models that we got. Another thing we plan to implement is the use of hardware system like the pulse rate detection system to get more accurate results. Using this, the doctors will be able to predict the disease early and choose an appropriate course of action which is suitable to both the patient and his lifestyle. Anisha, next slide. To conclude, this project will help in the early detection of heart diseases. Mortality rate of the patients will be drastically improved if the disease is detected at an early stage so that preventive measures can be adopted as soon as possible. Thank you. Now, Anisha will show you the implementation and working of the project.
Yeah, ma'am. So I'll present the other screen. So this is the ML model which we have done. So basically, from from the starting. So this is the importing part. This is the reading of data, information of first five, and then description, that is to count mean, standard, minimum, maximum, all the percentage part. And this is nothing but to for correlation. Correlation is nothing but in our data set we have a lot of data inputs which are which are like together, they are linked, strongly linked together. So we need high correlation for we can say that they have high correlation, that is they are linked together. So I have used this particular heat map so that for example, in this test main part, since it is in light colored 0 and it is positive, this person is likely to have a heart disease, and this person negative, so this person might not have a heart disease. That's the comparison part. And have done few histograms for each and every data set columns.
and these are the other few data visualization and analysis part. And here I'm training the data. And as I told you, I've used a lot of algorithms like logistic regression, Gaussian, SVM, KNN, decision tree, and then at last we used random forest and all those things. Though decision tree, we had an overfit with decision tree. So again, when we tested with other few algorithms again, with the when we did it again, so we got random forest accuracy to be around 88.52, that is around 90% itself. Okay, because when we add data, the efficiency might decrease, but in our data, it increases. So, and then here, this is the manual input that is for showing the data. So here, all these are the standard values which I've given here, so that this person who has such and such condition is likely to have a heart disease. Here, he doesn't have a heart disease because these are so and so conditions. So I'll go to our, I will dive into our web application. So this is a MediHeart web application. So I have given two choices. One is an admin choice and then user choice. And admin is a person, like if we give this particular project to a hospital management system, the admin who's there in the hospital management system, in that hospital, he can manage with all these data only for like heart, if that hospital is mainly precise for heart heart surgery kind of a thing. So here I'll give the admin name and then password, and then I'll log in. Once I log in, this is the home page, and here I'll add the doctor's name. So I'll add the doctor name as Janvi, and then the hospital address I'll give it as Modi Hospital, Basvesh Nagar, Bangalore. And then wait, I'll give something else. I'll give as Navrang. Uh, Navrang. And Bangalore. And mobile number, I'll give one mobile number. Mail ID, I'll give this as the mail ID. And doctor's age, so I'll give it as 40. So the gender, I'll give it as female. And then specialty, I'll give he's and she's an invasive cardiologist. So I'll submit it. So once I've submitted it, yeah, if the admin has the authority to view the data of the doctor. So the Janvika doctor's detail is being uploaded. Now we can upload even the training data. Training data file, I'll give a stroke. The disease name as stroke, and the person has that particular this thing around age at 70. I'll give 70, and then gender, he's a male. So a type of chest pain. Here, atypical anigna is nothing but a slight discomfort in the chest pain. So typical anigna is nothing but it is due to the pressure and stress all of us are like all of us are going through these days. So a person who has weak heart, he might have such typical anigna. Asymptomatic is nothing but a person with no such pain, and a non-anginal pain is nothing but a person who has a severe chest pain. So I'll give that person as a typical anigna. And the blood resting thing, I'll give this one. And then cholesterol level, as you guys know, cholesterol level, I given something. And then I'll give fasting blood sugar is greater than 120, and this thing I'll give it as normal. And then this one, I'll just give random data for maximum heartbeat. So, and then this exercise induced anigna is nothing but the person has the anigna chest pain or not, like another parameter for prediction. And this one is nothing but ST is nothing but ST is nothing but it is it is the deviation, in ECGs you have these deviations, wave maps. So ST is nothing but it is the the deviation in ST is a parameter in which if there's any deviation, it causes myocardial infarction, in which every serious type of heart attack where major arteries are blocked. So, and then we have slope, and if we can, the details of slope will be present in ECGs itself. And this one I'll give us 3, and thallium scan I'll give us fixed effect, and submit. Once I've submitted, you can view the details here. I have given all those details which I given is being updated here. So this is only for adding the data. Now we'll go to the main part, the user. The user, I'll give the user's name as Anisha, and then password I'll give something which is already there. And then heart analysis. This is the part where we are using our ML to predict whether the person has a heart disease or not. So as I told you about all these terms, I'm just gonna give a few two kinds of prediction, that is one person has a heart disease or not. So I'll give non-anginal pain, and then I'll give the person has 145 blood pressure. Here the person has 233, and then here the person has true fasting sugar is true, and then here I'll give the person as normal ECG result. And here I'll give the maximum heart rate is 150. But we can notice something here. In maximum heart rate, it should be only around 60 to 100, but I'm giving here 150. So, and then anginal pain, I'll give it as no. That person doesn't have any exercise angina, induced angina. And then here I'll give it as 2.3. And then slope, I'll give it as upsloping. And then the number of major blood vessels that is colored in the fluoroscopy. Fluoroscopy is nothing but it is a system where the blood vessels are seen, like detection whether the blood vessels are blocked or not. So here I've given all the blood vessels are blocked, so it is zero. The color isn't seen. So, and then here I'll give the thallium scan as being normal. I'll submit it. Once I submit, the person has a heart problem. As we know, as we know, the first thing I gave it as non-angina pain. Here only we got to know that the person has a heart disease because he has a severe chest pain. Now I'll go for when the person does not have a heart disease. It's just a normal condition because of some gastric or something like that. So we'll go for the non-prediction. I'll give here the person has just a slight pain in his chest, and then here I'll give it as 160. And then cholesterol level I'll give it as 180, 186 or something like that. And then I'll give this as false. The person does not have sugar. He's not a diabetic patient. And then his ECG is normal here. And then his heart rate is normal. That is 108. It is a normal condition. So, and then in exercise induced this thing, he has some kind of exercise induced anemia pain. That's because of stress and other health conditions, but not heart disease. So the whole peak and all, which is being detected by the ECG. So I'll give that the slope is being flat now. And then here all the three vessels are being colored. Which means that his blood vessels aren't blocked. And then thallium scan. In thallium scan, I'll give it as I'll give it as reversible defect. So you'll get to know. So submit. The person does not have a heart problem. So if a person who has a heart problem or does not have a problem, though he wants to consider a doctor, he can go through the view doctor, and all those recently updated part will be present. So this is our project, our future enhancement thing. We actually want. We actually are planning to have a ECG scanned file where where we'll take the ECG signals as an input, which will detect all the ECG ST part, over old peak part, everything. Most of the parameters will be taken from the ECG part, and then we are planning to do an hardware which is like by testing the pulse rate, it can detect abnormalities in the pulse rate, because that's the main condition where heart disease can occur. So we are planning to do that in a future project. So that's it, sir. Thank you. You have any questions, sir?
Yeah, I do have a few questions. Can you just stay on the your website page?
Website page, yes, sir.
Yeah. So this admin is hypothetically you and your team who will feed in those information. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And who are the user now?
Yes, sir.
Who's the user now? Can I be a user here?
Yes, sir. You can be a user. If I give this website in domain base, so when I give it, if you can be a user. Anyone, the public is a user. Even the hospital people who wants to check the patient, they can, they can use this as a user part also.
Okay. So can you just log in, please? I have a few questions there.
Okay, sir. 1 second. Yes, sir.
When you roll this tool out to a particular person per se, like who has zero technical knowledge on what
So
heart
your
and
voice is breaking.
can you hear me now? Is it any better?
Yeah, yes. It's better. It's better.
Yeah. So suppose given a scenario, a person like me who has zero knowledge about these medical terminologies or something of that sort, right?
Yes, sir.
Take us into heart analysis, right? Just click on heart analysis. I really don't know how I would be able to identify the initial thing, chest pain, type of chest pain itself, right? When you say these different classification, for me it's pain. I don't know how to categorize these things. Then
Right.
how does this tool help me? How do I know what is the type of pain? If you tell this tool is particularly for a doctor to say
Yes.
whether it's this, then it's okay. But if you're going to give it to a user, then I feel that there will be a lot of information which would be a little misleading for
Yes, sir. So basically, what we have decided as a group is this one will be like for particularly for doctor, like hospital management is our main goal, and the users can use it for which we'll make it more user friendly by giving simple terms. And so only we in our future enhancement, we are not going to keep all these ECG results, everything. We are going to just upload. We're going to just ask the user to upload the ECG scanned report, using which they can actually predict. We can actually predict it using that. They don't need to do any give any information. They should just give the ECG file here. That's it. That's the main goal, and they can use the hardware which we provide. The hardware actually we are thinking of giving it to the hospital management part. Something
what
like
was the
that.
hardware that you wanted for this? Sorry.
Pulse rate detecting system. So what our plan was, we have this pulse rate detecting system. It's already present, but what we want is we want to make it as an embedded system kind of a thing, where the hardware it will our hardware it will detect the pulse rate, and it will give that as an input directly to the application. No need of watching here and you know no need of checking the result and then typing it. It will directly communicate with our web application, and then it will do the prediction further.
Okay.
It will be useful for the doctors,
A
basically.
suggestion is all hospitals mostly would be equipped with that tool.
Hmm.
You should look at a methodology where you can integrate this directly with the existing system, because
Yes, sir.
hypothetically a hospital is already invested on 100 such devices, right? uh,
Yes.
take a big hospital, they have multiple pulse meters, they cannot go replace everything, right? It should be
Yes, sir.
somewhere where it should be like a plug and play more than actually
Yes, sir.
investing more on hardware.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Understood.
Yeah, and that's yeah about
Anything
it.
else, sir?
No,
Anything else?
I'm clear on this. Thank
Thank
you.
you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you,
No,
everyone.
yes, thank you. Sir, Sharath, shall we proceed with the next batch or shall we break for the
Uh,
lunch?
we can break. I don't mind. If we want to continue, I'm okay to continue as well. Anything what the audience
Yeah.
wants.
Guys, shall we continue? What's your suggestion? Shall we continue or shall we break for the lunch?
I guess we can take a break, ma'am.
We'll take a break. Can we join at at what time? 1:15?
1:30, ma'am. Just 1 hour break.
1 hour break. Sharath, is that fine? 1:30?
I was thinking of a 30-minute break.
Actually, it's up to you, sir, because we have a
Yeah,
few
sorry
data.
about that because I have some office calls that I'll have to attend from 3, so we'll have to wrap that up. So if we
So
can,
otherwise, we'll continue, sir. I
we
think.
can do it at 1. No problem. I think there are about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more people, right?
Yeah, 7 more batches. That's it.
Yeah, we can do that. You guys can take at least a 10-minute break if you want a refresher, and we can
Yeah,
continue.
we can
Okay.
finish it off.
Sure, sir.
10 minutes. So can we join at 12:40?
12:45 we can join. No
Yeah,
worries.
12:45. No issues, yes, sir. Guys,
Okay.
is that fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Then we'll join at 12:45. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Hey everyone, this is Shah joining in. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay. Hi, ma'am. Sharat is on. We can start off whenever we have everyone.
Hello, guys. Good afternoon. Hello, guys. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
Yeah. Shall we start with Nikita Gopal batch? Nikita Gopal?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Can we start with your batch?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you can start your presentation.
Just one, guys. Before that, whoever is not presenting, if at all you feel hungry, please feel free to get
You
your.
can leave.
I'm
No, let them leave, sir. No issues, I guess.
yeah. So it's left to you guys. If you want to stay and watch the presentation, you feel free to do that. If you want to get your lunch, sit, eat, and watch it also, I'm completely okay with it.
Yes, you can start with your presentation, Nikita. Hello, Nikita, are you there?
Hello, everyone. Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
yeah, it's visible. You can start presenting.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I am Sanjana Shetty, and my teammates are Nikita Jihanati, Pavitra DA, and Rashmi BS. Today, we are here to present on the topic detection of pneumonia using deep learning under the guidance of Dr. Sheila ma'am. Pneumonia is an acute respiratory infection that affects the lungs. It is an inflammatory condition of the lung, primarily affecting the small air sacs known as alveoli. Symptoms typically include some combination of productive or dry cough, chest pain, fever, and difficulty in breathing. Risk factors of pneumonia include cystic fibrosis, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, sickle cell disease, asthma, diabetes, heart failure, and a history of smoking, a poor ability to cough, and a weak immune system. Its principal cause includes a high level of pollution. According to the WHO, every year it kills an estimated 1.4 million children under the age of 5 years, accounting for 18% of all deaths of children under 5 years old worldwide. It is the single largest cause of death in children. X-rays are the most common and widely available diagnostic imaging technique. Chest X-rays are primarily used for the diagnosis of this disease. The doctor has to carefully examine the X-ray, which is a very slow and time-consuming process. Using the X-ray images, we try to build a model using a convolution neural network, which is a deep learning technique for image classification and segmentation. A model to detect and classify pneumonia from chest X-ray images taken from frontal views at high validation accuracy. Our motivation to do this project is basically almost around 8 lakh children die because of pneumonia in a year worldwide due to the lack of detecting technique or slow detection of the disease. Sometimes there is a shortage of experts who can examine the x-rays even when there is a availability of imaging equipment. Therefore, in order to help the society, we have to build a model where we can automatically detect pneumonia and using deep transfer learning techniques. Now I would like to call Rashmi to take over the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Here is a literature survey with a paper titled Pneumonia Detection Using CNN-Based Feature Extraction, which is published in the year 2020 with the journal name International Conference on Big Data, Artificial Intelligence and Internet of Things Engineering. The methodology used in this paper to detect pneumonia is densely connected convolutional neural network, where we have used VGG16. Here are some limitations in this paper where there is no history of the associated patient and also only frontal chest x-rays are used in this, but also lateral view chest x-rays are also helpful in the diagnosis. The gaps identified are the features with limitations were not that capable of supplying much more features, whereas in the pre-trained CNN model has self potential of extracting useful features in image classification. Nikita, next. In the existing system, the individual X-ray images are checked by qualified doctors manually, which is a time-consuming process. There is not a build the automatic system where we have come up with a model. The next slide. Where we have come up with a model to detect and classify pneumonia from chest X-ray images that are taken from frontal views at high validation accuracy. Initially, the chest X-ray images are transformed into smaller size than the original. Using pre-trained CNN model, that is VGG16, that are capable of classifying and that extracts the features from X-ray images that describes the presence of disease automatically and reports whether the patient has pneumonia or not. Which is the next slide. Our problem description is to identify whether a patient is suffering from pneumonia or not by looking at chest X-ray images and to present the need for better pneumonia diagnosis techniques to provide faster detection and treatment in lower cost for rural areas. Next, Pavita will continue the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, how our project is related to the society is we have trained a model which improves the medical skills in areas where the availability of radiotherapists is still limited. And it also facilitates the early diagnosis of pneumonia, which prevents the adverse effects like causing deaths in the remote areas. Thus, it improves the living conditions of the people. So this is our project. This is how we scheduled our project. Initially, we have decided which project to select, and then we have selected this detection of pneumonia using deep learning, and then we have planned how to do that and all, and then we have done a small documentation of our project, that is synopsis, and then we have did a prototype analysis, which is a blueprint of our model, and then we have installed some of the IDEs required for our project like Jupyter Notebook, Spider, and we have downloaded the data set from the Kaggle, which is of size 2 GB, and then we have built a model, we have tested and then validated. Then this is the Gantt chart related to our project schedule. Then the cost estimation is we have installed the IDEs. This is of open source, that is Jupyter Notebook, Spider, and we have downloaded the data set from the Kaggle. And the hardware required is a computer system, and the development is training the model and testing the model. It costed some around 25,000 and 10,000 corresponding. Then the tools used in our project is the hardware and the software. The hardware tools is a system with 8 GB RAM and the CPU with a processor greater than 2 gigahertz and a 64-bit Windows operating system. And the software used is Anaconda distribution with the Python version 3.8.5 and chest X-ray image dataset, which has been downloaded from the Kaggle. So the next, Nikita will continue the presentation.
Good morning, everyone. I'll be explaining the methodology that we have used. So initially, we have downloaded the dataset from Kaggle, and after downloading the dataset, we have pre-processed the input and features have been extracted. Then the model has been trained. After training the model, it has been passed to classifier, which classifies if it is normal or pneumonia. And this is the link for our code. So these are the results which we obtained after executing our code. I'll be showing the demo now. So our model had been initially defined. So after the model has been defined, we have loaded our model. So I had saved my model in this path. I've loaded the model and then I'm reading the input image. I've given the path here. So now I have given the normal image path. So we know that it is a normal image, but we have to check if our model also predicts the same thing. So I'll be running this code. So as we can see, the first column which says 0 is for normal and the second column is for pneumonia. So under normal column, it's showing 1, which clearly says that the patient is normal. And under pneumonia column, we see 0, which says the patient is not having pneumonia. In the same way, I'll give the pneumonia image path. So since I had given the pneumonia image path, under pneumonia column, we can see 1, which says that the patient is suffering from pneumonia. And under normal column, we have 0, which says the patient is not normal. So this was the execution of our code. Now coming to the conclusion, in remote areas, we can see that since like there will be equipments for testing the images, like we'll have X-ray machines, but some radiologists will not be available. So in that case, our project is really helpful. And so we have used the pre-trained CNN model VGG16 using transfer learning method, which automatically detects whether a patient is suffering from pneumonia or not. So our future enhancement would be we can create a web application where we can provide the image path and then predict whether the patient is normal or is infected with pneumonia. And these are the references we have used for our project. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, guys, this is very interesting to look at. You said you use CNN here, right?
Yeah.
What was your training data set size here?
It was around 2,000 images for normal and 3,875 for pneumonia.
Okay. Well, like when you tried implementing this, this is just out of curiosity. Did you experience anywhere where the CNN model was kind of overfitting because of the lack of training data?
No, there was no overfitting problem. It was working
There was
fine.
no
Like the loss, yeah, the loss function was also minimizing.
Got it. Okay. Uh, I would recommend you guys to just read about this article. There is something called as capsule network as well. Just explore that option as well. That eliminates a lot of problems with CNN. You can just look into it. But however, I think this was very interesting and innovative, and definitely there are a lot of pneumonia cases around, and this would definitely solve most of the problem. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. The next batch is Shoaib and team. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you can start presenting.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yeah, it's visible. You can start.
Yes, ma'am. Welcome everyone. Welcome ma'am. Welcome sir. Our title is Ambulance Detection and Traffic Control. I presented by me, Sumuka S, my friend Pranav, Shoaib, Nitin, under the guidance of Mahalakshmi ma'am. Shoaib?
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Now I am giving the abstract of our project, Ambulance Detection and Traffic Control. As we know, nowadays traffic management has become a severe problem. This leads to a traffic jam and causing delay to ambulance. To overcome that, we developed a system that will detect ambulance, and we can control traffic. Whenever an ambulance enters into the range of cameras, the cameras capture the image and analyze it with the help of image processing and machine learning. Once it detects the ambulance, it will send a message to microprocessor to open up the signal so that ambulance can pass by freely. This proposed system reduces a lot of time. Usually when the ambulance would be waiting at a signal for the traffic to be cleared. Now I hand over to Shoaib.
Hello everyone. I will explain traffic management. Traffic management defined as a measure taken to preserve traffic capacity and improve the security, safety, and reliability of the overall road system. To control traffic signals, government is installing signals in congested areas and where accidents occurring frequently. The survey conducted in 2019, India has 4 cities in top 10 globally in congested areas. In India, more than 5 lakh accidents occurs annually. So there is a much demand for ambulance nowadays. But due to the heavy traffic, even ambulance cannot reach the destination on time. As you can, as you can see in the above picture, ambulance truck in the traffic signals and other vehicles are trying to make a way for ambulance so that it can reach its destination. So we have developed ambulance detection and traffic control, which helps clear a way for ambulance and also detects ambulance in advance using image processing. Once our system detects ambulance, it will send an alert to the ARM processor present in the signal, which will turn on green lights. I'll hand over to Sumuka to explain block diagram and working. Thank you.
Hello everyone. As Shoaib said, we have done an ambulance detection and traffic control. The major thing which happens here is there is a camera sensor as an input device, which gives its information to the some processor, a PC for example, that would give instructions both to the ARM controller and the signal to make necessary conditions true. We, while starting this project, had to come across various hardware and software problems. One of them I'll be explaining now. So nowadays, what cameras are available outside are usually digital cameras. So digital cameras have a prism or a mirror, which where the image falls, and that will be put into a beam splitter for 3 RGB colors. Or if you have a better camera, it will be a wider gamut. So that is basically we have to consider the frames. So if you are in UK, Africa, Australia, and some other parts, you use a frequency of AC as AC or 50 hertz. Or if you live in North America and few other countries like Japan, you use a frequency of 60 hertz. It's worth mentioning that those are just not numbers, but they are specific. They are chosen specific reasons for choosing these two numbers. Now, why this is important for us is we have to have the image coming out. We have to know the image of the car or vehicle or the ambulance which is coming towards the camera, and it is good to know that even the place where the vehicle is manufactured, it is particular to the frequency of AC produced there. So if you live in UK or those many places, you will have your car light as LED lights as 50 hertz, so it will refresh every 1/50th of a second. But if you live in some other place, you will be having 60 hertz, like in US. So we have done a system like this. So it will take a image, a color image that will be produced to a grayscale. I'll be explaining why it will be produced to a grayscale in the next few slides. And it will count the number of images to capture the traffic in the lane, and it will also calculate the approximate speed of each vehicle. It can detect ambulance also. So credit Steve Mould. He's a very good YouTuber. He has done a video about self-driving cars and dangerous confusion caused by the LED lights. So what happens is, here is a frame of reference. The red portion over there, every portion is a slide, a frame, or whatever you can consider. So that frame is divided into when the light switches on in your vehicle and when the light is switched off. The light is switched on and off so that the vehicle can decrease the light intensity. That's how they control the intensity of the light. So if the frame is set to 1/50th of a second, as in India, we live in India, so we keep it in 1/50th of a second. We can see the light switching it on because the camera is appropriately switched to that position in that frame. But so the shutter has to open when the light is switched on. But if we have a wrong shutters, if we have the shutters opening in the wrong time, every time the light is switched off, the shutter opens and it will detect that the light is on. For example, if there is a signal over there and the signal is set to 50 hertz, and every time the light switches off, if the camera opens its shutter, you'll be only seeing you'll only be seeing the signal as off, 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 which doesn't help the situation. So what we use in the output side of the camera is we use two types of videos. One is progressive video. It is as P. In YouTube, we'll have like 480p, 360p. That means progressive. Progressive videos will have the frame rendering from top to bottom. And interlace video has the video rendering sideways. So one frame will come from the left and one frame will come from the right, and there will be various divisions in between. So it is abbreviated as I. Now we'll explain the construction and working of our system. Our proposed system uses machine learning and image processing algorithms to detect the ambulance at least a kilometer away. And it will also send alerts to the microcontroller and the signal lights for making appropriate turns. And it also calculates the speed and time at which the signal should change its color. We have implemented using Keras, OpenCV, TensorFlow in Python. So the proposed system also can calculate the speed of each vehicle and detect the ambulance at a particular line, at a particular area. It does not see the image, the whole frame. So this is the results which we get from our program output. This is the grayscale image. I'll explain you when I'll show the program. Sir, shall I show the program now or shall I show it in the end of the presentation?
Your convenience, buddy. Anything that works for you.
Okay, sir. I'll show it in the end of the session, sir. Now we'll explain hardware. We couldn't do it now because of the pandemic. None of this was actually available. Hardware, we were thinking of using the control the camera properties like frame speed or the infrared capture, all those, the camera switching on and off using PPM, PWM, S-bus. There were the three methods where we could use. PPM is a single signal where multiple properties could be controlled. PWM is a multiple signal where there are different frequencies. So PWM is a better system compared to PPM and S-bus. But S-bus is a much, because of the technological advancement, S-bus is considered very advanced compared to all the three. So I have made a drone. So we had a camera for the PPM input, but we didn't have the 5.8 gigahertz at the bottom. You can see in the left image. This image was taken today morning. So it is still out of stock. So due to the pandemic, we couldn't finish the project with respect to the hardware. I'll hand over to Pranav, who will be explaining the advantages.
Thank you, Sumukha. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pranav, and I'll be giving out the advantages or the benefits of our project. So, before giving the advantages, let me tell about the existing system. So, the existing system already has a mechanism to control the traffic when the ambulance reaches the point. So, it basically uses RFID scanner at the signal. So, when the ambulance reaches the signal, it will basically identify the ambulance and then it will open up the signal. And when we see, when we come to medical emergency, time is very precious, and so we are implementing this project. Our project is much more efficient than the existing system, because traffic is cleared before the ambulance will reach to that point. And coming to uh, societal relevance, how our project is relevant to the society. So as my friend Shoaib told, India almost accounts to 5 lakh accidents annually, which is world's highest. So there are many situations where ambulance cannot reach the accident spot or the hospital due to the traffic congestion. And also, according to statistics, we see that around 68% of the traffic congestion occurs near the signals itself. So how our project contributes to the society is we clear up the traffic before the ambulance reaches the signal point, so that it can freely pass through and reach the destination much more faster. This can save many human lives, as we know time is very precious for when it comes to medical emergency. Next slide. Next slide, Sumukha. So, coming to futures. Okay, this is a brief animation of our project, how our project basically works. So this is the ambulance, and we see that the traffic is being already cleared when it reaches the signal, and so that it can easily pass through. And this is the overall view. We see that ambulance is approaching the signal, and the right signal is already open. So the sensor detects it in early stage and blocks the right signal, so that the cars which are waiting near the ambulance will be cleared up faster. Now the ambulance can easily pass through without having much time to wait near the signal. So coming to future scope, we have divided our project into 3 modules. First module is basically setting up the cameras, which Mukha explained, and module 2 comes to the software part, which we have implemented now, and module 3 involves setting up ARM microcontroller at the signals, and we'll do further testing based on that. We have implemented module 2 currently, and we would be happy to implement other modules in the future. Also, one more feature we would like to add in future is adding up sound sensors near the camera as well as near the signal. There are two types of sound sensors, which one has a shorter range, about 48 to 60 decibels, and another one has 90 to 110 decibels. So the larger range one will be set up near the signal, and the short range one will be set up near the camera sensor, so that external noise can be avoided. And by setting up this, we can also sense the ambulance sound, which will increase our project's efficiency. And references were as follows. These were the references we
One more small thing, this project is not only restricted to ambulance detection, sir. So with a very small or no change of code, we can use this to detect for accident detection, or we can use this based on the change. If we change the model, sir, we can use this for various other purposes, like the agricultural field, where a particular seed or particular fruit is grown. We can put that to a drone, and that would be sent across. So detecting the images of various agricultural field, we can also make we can make predictions of how good the yield would come, how more we should put manure or something like that. And we can also make for example, if our headlight face, usually many of the new phone comes with a IR camera, so we can make that as an input device, and we can put that in the front desk of our vehicle, and that because it's an infrared camera, it can detect all the images which is coming across the vehicle. So it will also detect those, and we can use this the images and how far it is, what is the speed of each vehicle coming and going from and to our vehicle. So there are like various scopes which we can do, sir. We did this because first of all we learned everything 4 or 5 months before. We didn't know anything about this, sir. So we had to like learn from the beginning. So we choose this project as the beginning, as the base of our project, sir.
Definitely. Got
So
it.
we can detect humans, we can detect the other vehicles using our vehicle, and it can also detect objects, sir. Any suggestions, sir? Any questions, sir?
First of all, there's a lot of people keep talking about ambulance detection system, and I think you did answer my question. My question was going to be, why only ambulance? Why not a fire brigade? Why not a police car? Because every activity is a critical activity in that place, right?
Yes, sir.
So that is one thing. Just want to challenge you on two, three things. One, have you considered scenario saying at two junctions, right? There are two ambulance at the same spot or at the same time. How would you handle that? That's one, I think, big challenge that you will definitely come across, right? There will be
Yes,
scenarios.
sir.
There are ambulances at multiple locations. How are you going to handle if there is a scenario like that?
Sir, that would be a very complicated scenario, sir. So we will have to include much more devices to know the severity of the case in each ambulance, sir.
No,
So first we have to
forget
know
about
the severity.
severity of the case. Forget about severity of the case. If you have a microcontroller set, because this is a very common scenario that will happen, right? There is an ambulance coming this side for a patient who is in destination A. There's another ambulance coming here which is to a destination B, and they are at that intersection or at the junction. Will your microcontroller get overridden, or will it go into a manual mode? Think about it. It's just a food for a thought. You can just think about these kind of scenarios, because these are the scenarios that will happen in real world, right? So you'll have
Yes, sir.
to consider those things into your project. That is one. uh, Second thing is, how are you going to handle the bandwidth of data? See, you will, because you're going to do this on a, if you're going to scale it up and things like that, uh, every minute, every second, you have live feeds coming in from, if you just take Bangalore for example, you know how many signals, right?
Yes, sir.
So how are you,
Yes, sir.
what's your plan to tackle this? How are you going to run this?
Sir, so we were thinking like we'll have a base station, sir.
Mm-hmm.
So where there should be some people, sir, in the base station. So according to that place, so each time we thought of having a motion detection in that camera, sir. So our camera also in this program we have done the motion detection already, sir. So
Mm-hmm.
whenever the motion is detected, we have two more attributes, sir. We have W attribute and H. So it will give the length, the three-dimensional length of the vehicle, sir, in the screen, inside the frame. So if something in this is in future, sir. Now it is not implemented. So if there is a like if this W and H is uh, crumpled, if the numbers are crumpled, so the camera knows, or the algorithm knows, there is something wrong with the vehicle. So that is how we detect there is a crash or there is an accident in the vehicle, sir. So when that happens, so I was talking about the S bus and those controllers, no, sir. Immediately we'll send a signal to that particular camera where the accident has taken place, and watch the live feed just over there. Like we'll prioritize the bandwidth to that particular camera first, and the other camera can be a little blurry, it doesn't matter. So we'll focus on that camera first, and we'll think of how we can put an ambulance over to that spot first.
Okay.
So that was our way of thinking, sir. So we have kept this for the future project also, sir. So we have like done some research on how usually things are done. Uh, this is obviously basic, sir. Not so much efficient also, sir. This can put a live feed.
When I said the amount of data, right, what would happen is, just think about it. I completely agree with you that you had limited time and scope. The only thing that you have to consider is, See, every second you're going to give a 1080p data or 1080p feed, right? You have to have that much of image storing capacity, that every day so much data is going to come in, and at every instance it has to keep that as a recording, because only then you will be able to process that, right? So imagine the number of clocks your system has to do in order to ensure that you immediately send that message to that controller and things like that. And also, for that controller to receive that signal, you'll have to see that radius of how much the whole what do you say, system can accommodate. Those feasibilities you will have to do study as well.
Yes, sir. So the computer should be little powerful only, sir. It should be a supercomputer or something like that.
No, not just the computer. See, you'll have to see. Suppose you look at it from a camera near college, okay, and the first signal that you get is NES, right? So from college to NES, you have to send a signal. Think about how many blocks are going to be there. There are going to be interferences in multiple ways, right? You have to consider that interferences as well.
Yes, sir. Definitely, sir.
Intensity.
We are considering the free frequencies. It should be around 2.4 gigahertz to 5.8 gigahertz. So there will be a lot of interference in between. We have to think all that. Yes, sir.
That's it, guys. Yeah, thank you so much. It was a nice
Sir,
presentation.
I'll show you this one, sir. I'll show you the output.
Output, yeah.
So beginning of my program, sir, it will ask for the input. This was taken from a GitHub page, sir. It was like free for learning image processing. So this is integrated with Google Maps, sir. So it will automatically calculate the distance from or and to, sir. So this is like a small good addition to my program. So it will calculate the distance, sir. It's 12.4 kilometers. As soon as I kill the program, this can also be changed. This one I got it from the GitHub page documentation that it was taken from here. You put random values, you get the calculated distance, sir. You get a grayscale image and you get this image also, sir. So it will give a vehicle count at the right, and when the ambulance moves, in this window, we'll have the car detected number of the car detected, approximate speed, and it will also send the signal. Like it will calculate the time at which the ambulance which reached the signal and provide us with the approximate time at which the signal should go green.
Got it.
So it will detect all the vehicles also, sir.
Right. This can also be helped with your crime rates and things like that.
Yes, sir. This is fixed, sir. I've put this to a 60 FPS. This could also be. I have put this as a 60 FPS. With future development, sir. With when I said with changing property of the cameras, we can change that also, sir. So that also option I have kept it. So I can increase and decrease the frame rate with, for example, if you record something at 60 FPS, it will be a very huge file. But if you record it at the same file as a 10 FPS or something like that, it will be a much smaller file. So I have kept that as also my option, sir.
Got it. Great. This is really nice, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Sumukha and batch. Yes, next batch, Prashant. Batch, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah. Start your presentation.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Sugandha Sinha with my teammates Prajwal, Raghavendra, and Prashant. Today we are going to give a presentation of our project named Automatic Number Plate Recognition under the guidance of Mahalakshmi ma'am, which we have done the project under the guidance of Mahalakshmi ma'am. So these are the contents we are going to see over here. So we all know that ANPR, that is Automatic Number Plate Recognition, is a system which captures vehicle number plates and recognize the vehicle's license number. It is used by many agencies worldwide to enhance their enforcement, investigation, and security capabilities. It is also a very good way to collect vehicle information that reduces the time-consuming manual work. ANPR works as firstly, it detects vehicle by capturing images from cameras. Then it localizes number plates after the pre-processing technique using counters and edges. Then it extract characters from the number plate, and at last it recognizes the characters, that is our license number, as our output. So the main objective here is to create a robust and an efficient number plate recognition model. So coming to the motivation of our project, so the ANPR system is forming a smart city by making things automatic, which can be used at border checkpoints or highway toll collection or red light violation informations. ANPR also saves time by doing things electronically automatic rather than time consuming manually, like in case of car park management or in parking lot, or displaying number of car parks in there, so that it will manage with the rush over there in the parking lot. So it saves time like that. We have also done a literature survey of the paper named A Novel Method for Indian Vehicle Registration Number Plate Detection and Recognition Using Image Processing Techniques, which is a publication of ICCIDS 2019. The methodology used here is that the image is first under sample and then converted to HSV, and then it will be applied Gaussian smoothing and then extracting the vehicle number from KNN algorithm. The limitation of this paper was that the system could not recognize few of the things, that is the number plate with non-standard stylish font, number plate with distorted angle, and a blurry number plate. So now I am going to hand over the presentation to my friend Raghavendra.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now I am going to continue the presentation from existing system. So the ANPR system which we are developing is not the first of a kind. There are many kinds of ANPR models which uses different kinds of image processing techniques like template matching method, sliding concentric windows, etc. But all these existing systems have few of the limitations like poor image resolution, poor lighting, and low contrast, which means that the input image which we give to the system might be having poor resolution of images, poor lighting condition, and low contrast ratio, which all leads into a less accurate output. Higher computation cost. It means that basically the efficiency of the system is not up to the mark because it may take longer time in computing or predicting the output. Lack of standards of the plates of the vehicles. So example, in countries like India, we have different kinds of number plates having different styles which do not follow a single standard, which leads into the less accurate output. Improperly segmented characters will result in less accuracy. So in the step of segmentation of characters, if it is not done properly, then the output will also be incorrect. So next slide, please. So proposed system. The system which we are developing is having three major parts. One is image processing, plate extraction and localization, character extraction, recognition. Initially, we input the vehicle image to the system, which is later which is using image processing techniques. We process the image to grayscale, and using bilateral filter, we convert it to a blur image. So after converting the image, we locate the number plate in the image of the vehicle. Using the Canis edge detection algorithm, we first detect the edges in the image and later draw the counters so that we can locate the plate in the plate in the vehicle's image. So later, using an open source library called as PyTesAC, it is used to optical character recognition algorithm. technique. So using this technique, we recognize the characters which are in the number plate. So to enhance the output of this, we use an thresholding function which is provided by the OpenCV library to enhance the output of the recognition. Next slide, please. So problem statement. Major problems in countries like India is vehicle detection, management of vehicles, either in detection of the traffic violators or either in the maintenance of vehicles in car parking. The lack of automation in these fields will lead to failure of the identification of violators in traffic, or else checking, or else illegal car parking in residential apartments or business complexes, etc. The main goal of our project is to tackle all these problems in our current society, so that the system which we develop can be used by police authority or toll booths or car parking systems. So I now hand over the presentation to my friend Prashant.
Good afternoon, all. Let us now see how our system is relevant to the society or useful for the society. As number of vehicles are increasing every day, vehicular management is a major challenge faced by all. ANPR is a tool applied in smart parking systems and toll collection, which will thereby reduce illegal parking cases and increase efficiency and speed of toll collection. It is also useful for the government agencies in tracking stolen or missing vehicles. In India, 2 lakh cars are stolen per year. So this count can be reduced if ANPR is used properly. It can also track people who violate traffic rules, vehicles associated with crime, etc. So project schedule. So these are the tasks carried out for developing our project and the duration for each. Gantt chart, this is a visual representation of the task with duration. So this is a rough cost estimation of our requirements and development process. So tools required: hardware, minimum 4 GB RAM, processor faster than 2 GHz speed with 64-bit operating system. Software we used is Jupyter Notebook, OpenCV library, and PyTesseract library, and the code is coded with Python. So let us now see the methodology. So first the image is read by using OpenCV function called cv.read function. And the image read is converted to grayscale and blurred using bilateral filter in pre-processing. The blurred image is subjected to Canny's edge detection function to get all edges, and then the counters are derived using these edges in feature extraction. So these counters are overlapped with original image, and rectangular part is cropped, stored, and printed. So the plate is subjected to PyTesseract OCR function, which converts the image to text, and it is printed. So this is a link to the code. Now let us see the working of our model. So as here you can see, the image is read using im.read function. So then we are converting the original image to the grayscale image. Next, the grayscale image is blurred using the bilateral filter. Canny's edge detection is used to just draw the outline of the blurred image. Here we draw counters for the, we copy the edges to the counters and overimpose to the original image. And here we reduce the counters to get more accurate plate region in the car. And here we get the license plate image. So after we get the license plate, we subject it to PyTesseract library, and we get the number plate. Now I'll hand over the PPT to Prachwal.
Thank you, Prashant. So now we got to know what is ANPR, why ANPR, and how we are implementing the ANPR. So our results of our implementation is we tested for 24 images. Localization part worked well for all the images, and only 13 images were completely recognized with the numbers. So why that happened is just some images had poor quality, some were slightly majorly tilted, or the plates has some special characters. So what is our accuracy? Our accuracy is about 77.4%, and we are having some good accuracy with the number plate localization part. And next, Prashant, next slide. Yeah, this is the way how we calculated our accuracy, and at the end we got 77.37%. And in this output, we can see that even the slightly tilted images also we are getting the proper output, but the first output images shows that it is slightly tilted. Still we got the proper output. Only the second images we are having some special characters which has caused some problems, and these are some different outputs which we got, and we are working on so that we will reduce that noise in this. And so what we are inferring from our project is ANPR is a wide field which can be implemented in many places using different algorithms and techniques. Each technique has its own pros and cons. And the aim of our project is the aim of this module of our project is to implement the ANPR and to localize the number plate and extract the characters. So where can be these systems will be used? These systems will be used in toll gates, parking allotments, traffic surveillances, or monitor the some cases. So how exactly we can use in toll gates? We can automate toll gates. We can directly allot the parking systems. We can monitor the vehicles, how much time it is there in a parking, everything. So in future, next slide. Yeah. In future, we will use deep learning techniques for improving efficiency and accuracy in number plate localization. And it is very important for us. Accuracy is the thing which we should work on, and improving the OCR techniques using improvised algorithm is the one thing which we are making enhancement. For future work, we will go for convolution neural network, which combines both detection and recognition in single framework, so that we will have everything done together. And these are some reference papers which we have referred for our purpose of developing this program. So thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, just one quick question. You said this will be helpful if the car is stolen and help identify and things like that.
Yes,
most of the time, at least not in India, in foreign countries, if a car is stolen, they immediately replace the number plate, right? That's a major concern that everybody's had. Do you have any other methodology or any thought process on how you can handle this?
Like, sir, if they are stealing the vehicle, sir, we will get to know which place they are stealing, sir. Like where they have traveled before changing the number plate, which places they have crossed. Either they have passed through these toll gates or these areas. We will get to know that place exact information, sir.
Got it. Yeah, that's a nice approach. Okay. I think that was the only question that I had. Rest of it I think was pretty clear.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Can I, Kshitija Chandra, are you there? Kshitija Chandra?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, can you start your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma, you can start.
Good morning, everyone. Is my screen visible?
Yes, your screen is visible. Go to the presentation mode, ma. Shamant?
Oh, that's not like that. Just a second. Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, this is Shaman, and today I'm going to talk. Today with our team, I'm going to talk about our PBL project, that is Political Networking Service. These are my teammates, Aisha, Raghavendra, Shtija. Now I'll hand over the presentation to Aisha, and she's gonna take you through the introduction.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aisha. I'll be talking about the political networking service. I'll be giving you a brief about it. In the present political world, achieving widespread sustainability will require high levels of trust in the good intentions and competence of the government by their people. Working against this is a good evidence that a gap exists between what sort of participation relationship people want with the government and what sort of relationship the government are delivering. This gap hampers the cooperation between the citizen and the government, so necessary in a world currently grappling with the wicked problems of the moving towards sustainability. This innovative platform helps to build a participation between the citizen, partnership between the citizen and the government by including citizens in the government initiatives. Market dynamic researchers and political app development experts understand that economy is going to welcome a new voter class in the 2022 election campaign and for years to come, is more sound and can take more research oriented voting decisions. The understanding helps our political app create solutions around the professional apps for political campaigns that feed the need of the information and transparency which are demanded by the voters. Existing system. At the present, there are numerous government apps which were brought into existence under Digital India for direct citizen participation in governance. My Government is a citizen engagement platform founded by the Government of India to promote active participation of Indian citizens in the country's governance and development. It is aimed at creating a common platform for Indian citizens to crowdsource governance ideas from citizens. Date launch 26 2014 July. Umang app abbreviative. The unified mobile application for new age governance is a government of India all in one single unified secure multi-channel multi-platform multilingual multi-service freeware mobile app for accessing over 841 services through 127 departments centrals and state government services in multiple Indian languages over Android, iOS, and Windows. Other local constituency websites, they provide information on the particular constituency progress and new activities. Thank you. I'll be handing over to Kshitija.
Thank you, Aisha. I'm going to be continuing with the proposed system. So in our political site, the web application will contain all the information on present political developments in your constituencies as well as throughout the country. Our main goal of this platform is to keep the citizens aware of the ongoing political scenarios and enable a complete transparent government. At present, we are providing information on the following: leaders in constituencies and their manifestos, upcoming elections and their results, bill amendments and political announcements, and political tweets. Coming to our cost estimation, our design would cost 2,000, custom feature development would cost another 2,000, search engine optimization would be 6,000, data integration would be 6,499, e-commerce feature development would cost 2,000, content management system installation and customization would cost 10,000, speed optimizations 1,000, domain name wouldn't cost us anything. Hosting would cost 7,000, maintenance and updates would cost 2,000, additional content creation 3,000, and skill development would cost us 2,000. As for the relevance of our project to the society or industry, our platform includes a lot of citizen-friendly features such as records and constituencies of the nominated candidates, publication and analyzing the manifesto, social campaigning support, informations of various ministries or departments of the government, complaint registration portal, political announcements, information and follow-up on amendments, and global news. Coming to our tools used, for our hardware, our system required a minimum Intel Core processor of i5 Intel Core processor of 2.40 gigahertz, a hard disk of size 1 terabyte, and our system type is a 64-bit OS. The RAM is of the size 8 GB, and our software, the operating system we used is Kali Linux. The software tool is Visual Studio Code. The coding languages we used are HTML, React, and Python. And database is MySQL. I'd request Raghavendra to continue with the presentation.
Thank you, Kshitija. So I will be taking you through the methodology and so. So our project process involves four basic steps. That's basically strategy, planning, building, and promotion. So under these, we've had five other steps. Those are basically discovery, definition, design, development, and deployment. Our project is still in the development phases, so still we haven't reached the deployment stage yet. So under strategy, we've had the design brief, the initial meeting of us, and market research and keyword research. So under planning, we've had the site map and the wireframe as to how we are going to implement things for our website. We've had the design concept and the calls to action as to what we're going to do. And under building, we've had the site production, the web hosting, CMS setup, the database setup, the website testing. Under promotion, that's basically a deployment stage. We have had the online marketing plan, SEO injection, page optimization, link building, and social media setup. Coming to the implementation of a project, so the IDE used, that's basically an integrated development environment, is basically a Microsoft Visual Studio Code. The programming languages used in our project again is HTML, CSS, Python, and React. The web framework used is Django, and here is the link for our project code. And here are a few snapshots of how our project looks at the current state. So now to conclude and to give you a brief conclusion over our project. So basically, our political service gives you a platform that allows you to be in constant touch with the government activities, no matter where you are. So, but in order to achieve this, we have to overcome a lot of complications, which would definitely be worth it in the end. Our political networking service knows the right app features that will help you reap all the benefits a political app can offer you inside out. So, in terms of engagement, our political app design gives you a platform that helps you to be aware of all the decisions and the activities by the government and take your opinion over the same. In terms of transparency, we help the citizens show the working and development of the country in the medium they understand. Coming to the reputation management, our platform won't degrade any individual, rather help them succeed in the competitive political landscape unscathed by the sway the constituents' opinions in real time. So here are a few certificates our teammates have gone through, which are relevant to our project. Now coming to the future enhancement part, I will show my friend will show you the demo later. So complaint registration portal, we are working on all these features and are yet to be implemented into our project. So first thing would be a complaint registration portal, work regulation based on a manifesto, algorithmic search for tweets, nationalizing the data and the information, regulation of work done by various government departments, building a social portal for citizens' advice and grievances. Now, coming to the references, we have mainly got in contact into with the government website. That's basically startupindia.gov.in, and almost everything is a government website. So we can say that we've got authenticated information. So I would request Shaman to show you a demo of our current project. Thank you.
Thank you, Raghavendra. Now I'll take you through the our actual working website. So I'll start sharing the screen meanwhile. Oh, okay. Is my website on the screen right now?
Yeah, I can
Yes,
see it.
Shaman.
Okay. This is the home page of our website. So basically, this is just a platform for our upcoming developments. So right now, what you can see here is Hello BMSIT. This is just a blog page, basically on the home where you can see the people's complaint, but I have written in a introductory manner. So coming to what are the features in our website. So under elections, we have leaders and constituencies. Right now, I haven't implemented a lot of things, and it's only restricted to our present country, present state. So like we can go around search for our MLAs. For example, if you want to know about the Yelahanka constituency MLA, you can just go type Yelahanka. You get Cesar Vishwanath or has such. And now we are going to implement MPs, MLAs, corporators, and other department heads. And coming to the manifestos, we have from Karnataka elections 2018, we have Congress, and we have embedded a PDF viewer in our website. So basically, you can either view the manifesto on a website, or you can just click on the download button, and it's going to be downloaded in your system. And also we have our BJP manifesto from Karnataka 2018 elections, where it works the same way. It's a PDF embedder. You can view it on the screen, or you can just download it. So the next part is, so we have the results of elections. So right now, from in this, we have this election results of few assembly elections. So you can just click on which year you want, and you get the particular results. Right. For the upcoming elections, we haven't retrieved any data yet. So next comes to the ministries and departments. So for example, if you want to know who's the minister of the particular portfolio or particular department, for example, if you want to know about the water resources, you can just go check on it's Ramesh Jarikoli, or if you want to know about transport, it's Lakshman Sawant, the same way. So next is the bill amendments. So what we have featured here is it's basically we need content where where the next feature, we're gonna implement a ML in the bill amendments, where it's gonna check if the amended bill is it's actually serves a purpose to the nation, or does it work against the citizens, or does it work for the citizens? And we're gonna take advices from the citizens. So we're gonna basically open up a complaint portal, or an basically like a social media website for just for the bill amendments. And next we have tweets. So since it's a political website, we're gonna just keep our focus on only the political industries, political leaders. For example, right now we can see on screen we have B.S. Yediyurappa tweeting, then we have Dr. Ashwath Narayan. Like if you want to know a bit more about the tweet, you can just go click, and it's going to redirect to that particular uh, tweet page. And then we have a blog page where like this is just a custom page right now, as we have done it. But if you want to like when you're going to launch this website, we're going to make it sure that it's a complete registration portal. For example, I'll just show the working, like I just come, and it's going to post it, and you can see here. So what this main complaint registration portal does in our future announcement is, so basically, when in your locality or anywhere, if you have any problem related to the government like workings, for example, if you have a problem with your road, if you don't have water supply in your area or such, you need to contact the BWSSP. For example, if you're not getting water supply for a week, and you have contacted BWSSP, and those people will, as you know how the government works, they will try to like you need to keep updating them and keep calling them till they come at your door and get the work done. But in our website, what we are trying to do is, so we'll be acting as a middleman. So you're gonna complain on our website, and we're gonna make sure that the BWSSP are gonna like immediately reciprocate to you, or they are gonna immediately take actions. So you might ask me like, how can we get a hold on themselves? So what we are actually planning to do is, we're gonna create a database which contains all the MLAs, MPs, like all the portfolio ministers and local corporators and department heads. So like every time a complaint is registered, it's gonna fall under, for example, if it's a BWSSP problem, it goes under the local cooperator. So under the local cooperator, this complaint is gonna get registered. So and we're gonna give an OTP to the people who have registered a complaint. So when the work is done, and we're gonna make sure that the BWSSP people go there and get the OTP. So once they update the OTP on our website, the complaint gets vanished. So if the complaint is not seen, if the complaint is not done in that stipulated amount of time, there's gonna be the complaint is gonna be under blacklist under the politicians. So basically, when the work is not done, this blacklist gets piled up under the politicians' database. And during an upcoming elections, when they say that they have done a lot of work, all this data is gonna come up. So basically, we can make sure the working of the government is kind of strict, and we can channelize and evaluate the working of the government. And coming to like, as we all know that we can't actually stop corruption, but in this manner, like if you want to know, like from RTI, as you all know that the RTI law was introduced, and they were like, you can get to know all the information of the government, but you need to write a letter down to the government, and they'll send a mail back, and you need to do all the stuff. So what we are trying to find out here is, we're gonna gonna implement this RTI mode in our website, and make sure that the government can directly reciprocate or contact the citizens. For example, if I write a ma- if I need an info, and I just go to our website and check out or write a grievance or whatever, or if I need to know how much is the budget for the construction of a road or anything else, the government should release a report on our website so that people will get to know instantly. There is no delay or any as such. So, like in order to do this, we need to connect to a lot of web servers, and we need to I know this is a very risky thing, because we'll be having a lot of like people will reward, cause they might say that, "Oh, what's the question of security here?" So when it comes to security, what we are planning to do is, we are not going to do just the login phase. So if you want, like, everyone can access the website, but if you want to register a complaint or any has such, which is going to affect the politicians, you have to and make sure that you enroll through your phone, and it should have a two-factor authentication, and you have to link your PAN or Aadhaar. And since we are also planning to, it's just a new feature where this website or an app can be logged in through only one phone or a system. For example, if you take a phone, this website, when you log in, it's going to register your IMEI number and SIM number. We all know that you can easily take the SIM number, but IMEI number is not yet discovered. You need a lot of system informations to get that. So once the SIM number is recorded, whoever logs in, the SIM number gets recorded. So under the SIM name, we're gonna collect the database from the particular LTE companies, and make sure that the SIM number, who's the owner, only and the Aadhaar number. So when they log into the Aadhaar number and the SIM number, whoever owns the SIM and the Aadhaar, when only matches, they can log into and they can register a complaint. So in order to eradicate fake accusations and which might hinder the progress of the politicians, we're gonna make sure the security is tight and tough. I think I'm done. Thank you.
This is really interesting, and especially with the current political scenario, we definitely need something like this. Just a few thoughts here is, how are the others going to access these complaints? Suppose I have raised a concern on one particular entity, saying this particular thing is not done properly or XYZ. How will they have a view of it?
So basically, what we are trying to do is, we're gonna create two servers, two sites. One is the client side, another is the department side. So we'll be just acting like a mode to transfer the information. So I didn't get. I have a doubt. So are you asking how would the department get to know, or how would the other citizens would get to know about it?
So how would the department get to know? Because I know you might provide this into a database, but
Yeah.
how would you make it a due diligence? It's more of a due diligence practice where they look at
Yeah,
it
yeah.
or something of that sort. Because now also I can send an email, or I can tweet about something, right? But
Yeah.
how often do you think, or how are you going to plan? So this basically, you have a product. How will you implement the product? How would you make it a factor of usage, or how are you planning to do that?
So what I have thought is like right now, if I just release this app, like even if I've done all the work, ML working, algorithm stuff and everything, and I've released into the society, people are not gonna like even like look into this website, cause like like this guy like this country is ruled by the politicians, so they won't let such a thing which is gonna hinder their progress. So what I have thought is I'm gonna release this website in such a way like all these features are not gonna be the first phase. Like right now, what I have created is phase one, so that we can implement more stuff into the phase one into this website. But when I'm
Mhm.
gonna release this to the society, it's not gonna be against the politicians. It's gonna be a political campaigning app. So
Mhm.
basically, what we are trying to do is all this manifesto. We're gonna like in the first few years, once this website is into the society, it's gonna be playing for the politicians. For example, politicians can like it's gonna be a social media for politicians, just for politicians. Politicians can put on their tweets, put on their manifesto, put on their developments, and they can use it as a campaign mode. As a result, politics like I think you know about the American elections. They have like
Right.
they take companies like this political campaigning companies and they put on websites and there's a lot of even scams going on. But this website will be totally clean and it will help the politicians to gain more like attraction from the citizens. So when this thing when this will help the politicians, they will indirectly help in promoting this website. So once this website is already in a high scale and people know about it, and if I implement new stuff which is going to indirectly help the citizens and growth of the country, no one can take it down. Even if the politicians try to take it down, the citizens will be like, it's like, oh, okay, I'll just ask you, what isn't it a good motto like for the development of the country? Would you say yes or no?
Right. It's a, yeah, what a brilliant selling point. I really like your approach on what you're saying, that you will first get the confidence about politicians and then you
Yeah.
start rolling out features which they can't say no to.
Yeah, exactly. Like
That's a good
I can just like
strategy.
if I release the app like this, I'll be having like one of my friend Akhilesh told me that I'll be having a bounty on my head if I release this app because exactly
Right.
like, I'm gonna be against the politicians. So like if we need to develop, if we need to make sure that the government plays the actual role of democracy, which is by the people, for the people, to the people, then I need to be smart and make sure that it's gonna be in a huge scale and I'm gonna release certain features. Cause or
Right.
else I'm gonna be like managed in 2 3 days like this website won't be even in existing as a release cause that's the power of the politicians in our country. So in
Right.
order to do this, I need to gain the trust of the politicians first. After that, like after 2 3 years, when this is on a high scale, I'm gonna release those features which gonna help the nation, not help the politicians. So like when it's on a already in high scale, like even the high politicians can't do anything. Others like they need to like bribe me or stuff or as such. So I have thought like I'll just make the government run this app like for my safety. Yeah, like I have thought a lot of things that I'm gonna make sure that this app doesn't be used against the country. Though
Correct.
in the first few years it might be a great havoc like when the politicians start like trying to campaign through this app. They might ask me to like shut down the opposition parties website and all these things might happen. But I gotta make sure that this website gains the publicity for the first 2 years in such a way that it's gonna play a standard role in our country's development.
Makes sense. The last question that I want to
Yeah.
shoot to you. You said that your authentication is going to be via Aadhaar as well as your IMEI number, if
Yeah,
I get it right.
exactly. Like I've thought that like see even people like random people even in remote areas people can like randomly take someone's phone and do it right. So what I have thought is we're gonna integrate our website with with a SIM company, for example, Airtel or something else. So you'll be getting the SIM number. Okay,
Mhm.
SIM number has well like when you get the SIM number, you get the details of who purchased the SIM. So
Mhm.
that those details and the other details have to match. And when it comes to the IMEI number, like I did a quite of research, but I haven't heard anywhere where the authentication is done through IMEI number. I thought it's a good idea. So like right now I'm like working in cybersecurity field, so
Mhm.
that I thought I can bring up something where where we can pull out the IMEI number whenever someone logins into the website. So that's actually one of the future feature which might which we are trying to implement. Like we haven't seen anywhere where people can pull out the IMEI number just from logging to a website. So it might it will we'll have a clear idea like who owns the phone, like so that we can eradicate fake accusations, like as I told before.
Got it. But I do feel that there is some scope of improvement there because suppose, just giving you a hypothetical example, I purchased two SIMs. One is for myself, one is for my dad, right?
Yeah.
And my dad follows politics a lot, right?
Yeah.
Then his SIM number to his Aadhaar will not match at all. He will
Yeah.
never be able to raise a query. So there are possibilities of these kind of scenarios arising, which you might
Yeah, but
need to think over.
yeah, but in search apps, like I need to make sure that the security is at the top
Agreed.
peak. Like I can't like compromise on security, because without, like, if anything is hacked or if anything is used in the wrong way, the entire site is down. Like that's what people, like the politicians will be waiting for, to day of false accusation and get the website down. So I can't compromise on security for this
Agreed.
website. I wanna
Agreed.
make sure that people, like I think that I gotta think about what you said. Like it actually makes sense, because I need to point that thing out, and so I need to work on that too. Like thank you for that.
No worries.
Like it's actually a good thought.
Yeah, but I really like the concept, buddy. Like this is something new, and a lot of people create sites, a lot of people do stuff, but something like this, I don't think. I really like your marketing skills.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you guys. Next batch, Abhinav Oras. Are you guys ready? Abhinav Oras and get.
Aren't in the meet, ma'am.
Then okay, can you start, Shivani? Your batch is ready. Yeah, you can start. You can start.
So, ma'am, in that order, there is one skip, then, right?
Yeah, yes, sir. That Abhinav Oras, no, they're not joined the meeting, it seems.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Ma'am, you called a name?
Yeah, Abhinav Oras, not Abhinav Sharma. Abhinav Oras, B section,
Oh, okay.
not Abhinav Sharma.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yeah, it's visible, Shivani.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today,
Can somebody, guys, please mute yourself? Hello. Yes, Shivani, you can start, Shivani.
okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. Today, batch 7, including me, Shivani, Azuja, Prachi, and Shashwat, are here to present our project titled Farm to You, which we created under the guidance of Dr. S.K. Pushpa ma'am. So, we all know that online shopping is very feasible. It consumes less time and less power of all the customers. And nothing is left which we can't find online, like from pen to piano, everything is online. But because of this, several small scale farmers have faced issues in selling their goods at a profitable amount and a good price. So we thought of introducing our project FTU in their business so that we can strengthen them. We can give them a broader market where they will not get exploited by the middleman. So this is the logo of our platform. What motivated us was the fact that they were the small farmers were getting exploited by the retailers, by the middlemen. They were not getting a fair amount or fair price for their goods. And on the other hand, we also noticed the consumers, we, the customers, were falling prey to the products that were being sold at an overpriced fashion. So we decided that we will bring our platform into the market so that we can not just help the farmers to earn more, but we can also save our money in our pockets. So we did literary survey. We did read many papers, but what we gained most from them were just like what we gained from this paper. Consumer behavior, online grocery shopping in India, an overview. So we read the paper and we found the limitations that accuracy, cost of manpower, transportation, and storage recruiting keeps increasing with no change in income. So what we find that including injustice to farmer for the pricing of his goods and vendors controlling the market caused by upholding supply to both farmers and consumers. So that's what also is one of our motivation to create this project. Now I will hand over to Prachi.
Thank you, Shivani, and good afternoon to all. So, I'm going to talk about the existing online grocery markets, what are the drawbacks, and how we as a group have addressed those drawbacks and tried to reduce them. So, first of all, we all know, and as Shivani told, online shopping is such a big hit in India, especially among the youth. And the first thing that comes to everyone's mind when we think of Indian household and shopping is grocery, right? So, talking about the current scenario, although there are quite a few online grocery markets such as Big Basket, Flipkart, Amazon Pantry, none of them actually helps the farmers to get the true value of their product. And we know the reason why, because all of them are profit driven. Now, coming to the farmers, so it is a section of our society that has been suffering from years and are still suffering because they don't get the value or the money that they deserve for their hard work. And the reason for this, it's a simple reason, that is the involvement of middleman. Whether the farmer sells their product online or offline, in both the cases there are a lot of middlemen involved. And the farmers are the one who get the least amount of share when it comes to the final price of the product, because at every stage we have transportation, we have sorting, we have storage, we have distribution. So all the middlemen, they try to get the maximum profit of it, and hence the although the price of the product, the final price, it increases, it does not lead any increase in the income of the farmers. Not only that, when we studied this problem in deep, we actually came across several more drawbacks of the existing system. So, when we talk about the first drawback, that is the lack of expansion to small cities and towns. Now, all the existing system, let it be Big Basket or Flipkart or Amazon, although they cater to the needs of the customers when it comes to big cities very well, they don't even operate in small cities and towns. So, what about the customer base of small places? Even if they want to buy the product online, they are not able to do so and are not able to take the advantage of the opportunities. The second thing is the minimum order policy or the minimum order quantity. We all know that all these systems, let it be Flipkart or Amazon or Big Basket, so there is a minimum amount of order, or there is a certain price for which you have to order, only then your order will be delivered. Now, if we talk about a case where the customer just want to order a single product, he simply has to add more products to the quantity to the basket or the cart just for the sake of following that minimum order policy. So the customers, they are forced to add the products in their cart unnecessarily just because of that. The third thing, that is the delivery price. So when we talk about the delivery price, most of the platforms, they have a fixed delivery price, whether we order a product which is of low cost or a high cost, the customer has to pay the same amount of delivery charge. For example, let's say I am a customer and I want to order a vegetable which costs me 50 or 60 rupees, and the delivery charge itself is 40 rupees. Then as a customer, is it justified to pay so much of money just for the delivery charge? Because what will happen is, when we add the delivery charge and the product price, that will almost be like, for me it is like, I'm getting the product in double price. So in that cases also, the customer, he or she is hesitant to buy the product online, and rather they prefer the offline stores or the retailers. So now all these are the problems of the existing system. Now coming to the proposed system, Shivani. Yeah. So coming to the proposed system, so after we identified all these drawbacks, we came to a conclusion that we want to propose a system to the consumers where people can buy farm fresh fruits and vegetables from us at a minimal price. But then again, we want to make sure that cheap products for consumers don't means any loss to the farmer, or or it does not means that the farmers will be paid less. So now how we are doing that? So for that, we have added certain features in our platform. So the first thing that is the providing flexibility to farmers. So what we are doing is we have this feature in our app which lets the farmers themselves decide the price of their product. This is something which is not yet applied to any of the existing systems and is a new concept. So what it will do is it will provide the farmers with the opportunity and an environment which is kind of giving them an opportunity to kind of start their own business, because they will be the one who will be deciding the prices, so they can sell their product as per their strategies and plans. And also this is something that many farmers want to do, but they are not able to do so because of the lack of money or the lack of resources. So we as a platform are providing them such a great feature. The second thing is the reduced delivery price. So what we are doing is below say below a certain amount of money, say if I'm my order is below rupees 200, so what we are going to do is we are going to introduce a percentage system for our delivery system. Say I want to buy a product which cost me 50 rupees and that is below 200 rupees. So what we are going to do is uh, if the product is below 200 rupees, we will charge the delivery price as per the price of the product. So say I will charge 20% of the price of the product if the product price is less than 200 rupees. So if I buy a product which cost me like 50 rupees, so we will be charging 20% of 50 rupees as our delivery charge, so that the customers can buy the product without any hesitation, and they don't have to think about the delivery prices. The third thing that is the expansion of the target customers to small cities and towns. Yes, this is a feature that we really want to work on, because there is no such services provided to people of small places, and we don't want it to have we don't want people to think that this is the disadvantage for them just because they belong to a small city or place, they are not able to order online. So this is something we are working on, and initially we are just going to target small cities and towns only, so that the people who are not getting these services at all will at least start getting these services. Now the last point is the no minimum order policy. So we are just going to remove this no minimum order policy, and also this is going to be supplemented by the reduced delivery prices, so that the customers can buy only those products which they actually want, rather than just adding products to their cart for the sake of the minimum order policy. Thank you. Now my friend Arzu will take over the presentation.
Thank you, Prachi. So now I'm going to talk about the problem statement. So, like my friends mentioned right now, the main problem that inspired our project is that small farmers often get exploited by merchants that are seeking for commission and profit. So, the main goal and the main reason of our project is we are opting to solve this problem. So, there are going to be no merchants or third party involved. We are opting to connect farmers directly to the buyers, so that whatever profit we get will go straight to the farmers. And on the other hand, buyers will also have a greater choice of goods, and the product supplied will come at a very reasonable price. Another advantage we provide is that there won't be any hold on stock, so the products that we deliver is going to be fresh at its best. Next. And now let's look at the relevance of our project to the society and industry. So implementation of our project Farm to You is going to be a great relevance to society. So how you may ask, so first of all, we all know that farmers are the backbone of our agricultural system, and any benefit that they have will add to the well-being and prosperity of our society. On the other hand, affordability is also a very important factor that affects low income consumer for their demand of variety of health products, and those demands also include fortified foods. So we as a platform are seeking to balance such affordability along with quality perception to contribute to our society in the best way possible. Next. And like this is our project schedule, how we worked on our project. So now I'd like to hand over to Shashwat.
Thank you, Arjuna, and good afternoon to everyone. Now I'll tell you about the cost estimation for our platform. Since we're using free hosting service of Heroku, but as the size of application will increase and the number of daily visitors to our platform will increase, then the cost will increase up to $100 per year for on this Heroku platform. We have used the free edition of MongoDB database and hosted it using Atlas. Since our project is in a beta version and it's cost free, but as the database size increases, it can cost up to $50 per year. And as the developer price or average pay for a full stack developer is $500 per week. For a backend developer, it is around $300 per week, and for a front end developer, it is around 250 per week. Next. Next, I would like to tell the tool that we used. The hardware tool that we used were pretty basic, which includes RAM, which should be greater than 2 GB, hard disk should be at least 500 GB, and processor can be any intermediate Intel Core i5. Then we come to the software part. This is a one stack development project in which we created a complete e-commerce store with admin and customer logins. We designed the database of the website using MongoDB and deploying it to Atlas. We use Node.js as backend language and Express.js application framework to create JavaScript web server to make the website dynamic and handle data manipulation. We use React.js as the front-end framework using React Bootstrap library with many other JavaScript libraries including carousel.js, etc. Side by side with our own custom CSS, HTML, and JavaScript files. We use routes to create different parts into the web app, and React reusable components made it easier and object-oriented. We used Heroku to deploy the web app and Node.js running as a background. Next. Next, I would like to tell the methodology. F2U employs following steps. This application links the farmer to consumer directly. For this, both the consumer and farmers will need to register and make their account. Once the registration process is done by a farmer, his produce along with the price will be visible in the application. For saving the data, we are using Atlas database service so that storage space is not an issue. Customers can directly add the available items to their cart and place their order. Once the order is confirmed, it will be home delivered within a day. After the order is delivered successfully, transaction of order amount will be done directly in farmer's bank account within 2 days. Next, we have screenshots of our project, but I will give you the live demo in a minute now. After my friend Arzuja concludes.
Shashwat, please can you continue with your demo?
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. So for demo, I will now I will start presenting. Yeah. So as you can see, we posted on Heroku here, and quickly jump into the website. This is how the homepage will look for a new visitor to visit our website. And as you can see, there's a carousel which shows test products for the database. There's a logo and company name. Here anyone can search products. This is the basket. Currently, it is showing sign in as we have not signed in, and these are the products. Anyone can view the products without signing in also. So let's go and sign in as a customer. So as we can see, we can log in if we are existing user. But I'll show you how a new customer can register. Click on this register, enter name, then add email address and password, and we'll confirm the password, and then just click on register. So now I'm logged in as Shashwat, and you can see my profile. Currently I have no orders and my basket is empty. Now I will go to the home page and view any product. Like for example, I clicked on this. So as you can see, there will be a rating system. There will be a rating system in which customers can rate.
I can only still see the basket view. I'm not sure if everybody is facing the same.
Oh, sorry, just a second. Just a second. So hello, as you can see, I was having a little internet problem in my area. So now Shivani is presenting, and she logged in as an admin user. So I'll request Shivani to log out from admin, please, and log in as customer. Yeah, and now click any of the products and show the product page. This is how the product page will look. There will be reviews, description, and pricing. And a customer logged in customer can write a review also for its earlier purchase from right here from the form. Then now Shivani will add some products to the basket. By clicking this, it will directly go to the basket and it will show that it is added. Now Shivani just add one or two products more. Any random products? Yeah, we can search any product from the search bar and it will show the search result. Now our cart is containing two items. Now Shivani will proceed to checkout. Now here the person has to enter the shipping details, and if the customer has already saved his shipping details, then he does not have to save it again. Continue. Then we integrated PayPal API currently for the payment method, and we are implementing further APIs in future. And this is how the order summary screen looks. And on the right side, we have all the order summary, the taxes, shipping tax, and the total amount. We have order items, payment method, and the shipping address. And as soon as the customer will click on place order, the order will be placed.
Okay.
Shivani? Yeah. So currently, because we don't have a PayPal business client ID, the payment gateway didn't come. But if we just add the client ID, the payment gateway will proceed towards him. And now, if we click on the profile of the user, we can see the orders that the his order in that profile section. As you can see, this is the latest order that he placed. Now Shivani will show that how an admin can log in and manipulate data and users. This admin panel will include some extra functionalities than the normal customer user. At the top now you can see that it is showing admin user. By clicking on that, we can see the profile of admin itself, and on clicking on admin above in the nav bar, we can manipulate products. By clicking on products, these are the products currently added to our database and our website. Now the admin can update any product, delete any product, and even create a new product just by these buttons. Now Shivani will show how can admin can just simply add a product. So this is the page of add product look like. It contains name, price, image if the admin wants to add, then brand, the stock, and category and description a little. And by clicking update, the product will be added and will be displayed. Right. Now, now, now by clicking on admin again, yeah, the admin can also manipulate with users to see the current users who are present or registered to his website. The first one is admin, and the other four are the customers. So the take on admin is not there, and he can update a user's detail, but it cannot manipulate the user's password that is encrypted. Now, now by clicking on admin again, we can see that all orders. By clicking on orders, we can see all orders placed through this platform. And now going to the home screen. Home screen. The This is the this most of the product and most of the website, and we plan to integrate more front end and good quality front end in further future. Now I will transfer control to Azuja for conclusion.
Yeah, guys, before you conclude, okay, let me wait for the conclusion.
Yeah.
I'll wait for the
Okay.
conclusion and then ask my questions.
Okay, sir. Okay.
So, we would like to conclude by saying that while the whole world is striving towards technological advances and development, let's not leave our farmers behind. And our project might still be in a preliminary state, but our goal to provide a simple yet efficient platform to the farmers is a step towards a wishful change, and we as a team hope to accomplish it.
Now coming to the future enhancements. So first of all, we are going to add a forum tab, which makes it easier for us to collect data from farmers, like what crops they are producing, how much is there in stock, and is it in stock or not, and all these things, so that the shopping experience for our customer is smooth. The second thing is we are going to implement a better UI, obviously, because the customers are only able to see the front end and it should look good for a good user experience. Also, we are going to add a delivery system, which we have not added yet, but we are working on it. Thank you.
Okay, so it's more of not a technical kind of a questions. I have a lot of questions on your like a domain perspective here. Especially, I really love the idea that you guys are trying to reach out to the farmers and everything. How are you going to manage your logistics, guys? This is something which where most of your overheads are going to come in, right? Your logistics, have you guys thought through on what you're going to do or how you're going to implement it? So when I say logistics, the farmers are located most of the time at outskirts or at different cities, right? For example, let me tell you, sugarcane is in Mandya and I want sugarcane here in Bangalore. That transportation of that whole thing, storage of whole the products at different locations, those are your overheads, right? How are you going to manage that?
Yeah, so as you asked, first of all, we are for now we are focusing on small farmers who have perishable goods, and for that we are going to concentrate on the local areas. And after that, when we gain a certain stability in the local areas with our warehouses and you as said logistics, then we'll move forward to like state and state transports and all. For now we are focused on developing the interface, and then in the next semester we are thinking of expanding for our, I mean, developing a good delivery and customer system. We
Okay.
haven't thought of it as such now, but as you said, we are thinking about the logistic, the customer delivery system and all. So everything is in our mind, but we are on the solving stage.
Okay. No, even if you're implementing this at a local market, right? I understand digitization is always good, but there is some sort of training and usage that you have to train those people. And how do you go on setting the price for this? The farmers give you the price. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So now there are two farmers, neighboring farmers, who are growing similar crops, not the same crops, similar crops, right? And they have a bit of price variations. Are you going to include two different products with different price points, or are you going
Yes,
to?
sir.
No, sir, we are going to include both of them because
So,
it
So, sir,
eventually
sir,
depends on
see,
the quality, sir.
mhm.
So the customers can buy the product based on their star ratings and also. So it does not obviously it's not possible that each farmer will be growing a different crop. That's practically not possible. Obviously, some farmers will be have growing the same type of crop. So in that case, it is up to customer and it is up to their ratings from where the customer wants to buy the product.
Okay, but again, see, if you're targeting a locality like, say, suppose, let me just take Avalahalli for that one example, right? So you're targeting only Avalahalli for now, if my understanding is correct, right? The only additional thing that you're putting in is something like a big basket service within Avalahalli alone. Is that the right understanding?
sir. So I would like to say first that every farmer will have its own category of products. Like if I'm a farmer, right, and I have farms of potatoes and tomatoes, right.
Mm-hmm.
So first of all, there will be a minimum selling price set by the union of farmers only. We have unions of farmers. There will be a minimum selling price. Then, according to your quality, like I am very sure that I've used good fertilizer, good manures, and very high quality product, and my images show as well. Then I can personally increase my price from my neighbor farmer a little bit. Now it is up to that customer, that if customers just want average tomato, that is also not bad. If he wants average tomatoes, so he can opt for him. But for that farmer who spended a little more in the good manure, fertilizers, and certain products, and so he should get his worth back. So if I am a customer and I want like really good tomatoes for a party, big party, or something, anything, then I can choose for opt for him. So there's an optional option, but no one can go beyond the minimum selling price, because that will cause the transfer of population of website to that farmer only, which is the current problem also with the protest going on.
Mhm.
So this will be the
Also,
introduction
sir, I would like to
from
add
here.
a point that most of the people they are becoming health conscious nowadays. So if they are given a choice between an organic product and a normal product, say for example, they would definitely choose the organic one. And even if the cost is slightly high, they are ready to pay it because people pay good amount of money for good quality of product. And obviously it is up to them. We are not just forcing that you have to buy this product only. It's up to them what quality of product they want. And for this point, what we can do is we can also include some images from the the farms or the land of farmer, like how they are doing the production if it is required, so that the customer get a better quality, better clarity in their mind as to where to buy the product from.
Correct, because these are perishable goods, right? So what usually tends to happen, at least with my experience shopping on Big Basket or something, the product, or for that example, you go to a restaurant, you see that the image on the restaurant looks so fancy, but the dish when it comes to your plate looks completely opposite, right? This all of us have experienced this, correct? So
Yes.
that's something that you guys have to look at it, because these are perishable goods. uh, your picture should not mislead people, because see, it ripes, right? For example, tomatoes ripe over a period of time. I want something which is ripe, so those kind of features have to
Yes,
be also incorporated,
sir.
right?
Yes,
And
sir.
for that, the perishable goods, we are not gonna completely eradicate those retailers. Whereas this perishable goods come into the picture, the small scale farmers who have their admin profiles in a site, whenever they see that the perishable goods are like gonna perish then sooner or later, they can contact the retailers for wherein the retailers can get that goods because the retailers have a bigger market than the small scale farmer. So then the retailers can sell that product in the due time.
Then your purpose would get defeated, right, Shivani?
Retailer.
Not exactly. No, actually, the retailers mislead the farmers with the thing of pricing and all. But here, the small scale farmers have that right. But since we don't want to sell the spoiled goods to the customers, so then at that moment, the retailers can come into the picture. That's what we are thinking, but not quite sure.
Yeah, you guys have to like do more of research on this. Uh, it's a really good idea, good initiative. There are some loopholes here and there. I think if you guys just fill in those stuff, it's a great product to market.
Yes, sir, totally. And we were, sir, after this Corona period, we were thinking that we should convey a survey, since on the customer side we can consider a survey by because people know about surveys and all. But for the farmer side, we were hoping that after this Corona period and everyone is quite safe or something, we will go to some of the farmers and know their problems. Um, and all, and then like implement that a problem solution for that the problem we sitting in our cities hope or just estimate the problems. We would go to them and know their problems and then implement according to it, so
That's a very valid point.
yes, sir.
I know, like it's a theoretical and a practical thing that you're doing within the
Yeah,
college organization, but when it
yeah,
comes to your when you guys graduate and get into jobs and things like that, this is a very important aspect. It's called as voice of the customer. You should know who your customer
yes,
is, and you should know what the problem of the customer is before even
yes,
designing a solution to them, and that's important.
yes,
Agreed with you, Shashwat.
yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Next batch is Purvi Arish batch.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Purvi Arish, yes, you can start presenting.
Yes. Good afternoon to everyone.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma. Yes, you can start.
So myself Nirisha and my teammates are Purvi, Rakshita and Ritu. So our project is summary generator using NLP under the guidance of Shanti ma'am. Next slide please. So these are the contents that we'll be looking into: the introduction, motivation, existing system, and then finally we'll be seeing the results and conclusions. So what the main question arises here is, what is summarization? So summarization is the task of producing a concise summary while preserving the key information and overall meaning. So as you can see in the diagram, a document which is of 10 to 12 lines is reduced to a summary document which is 4 lines. So doing so, we can focus on what's most important in the document and then preserve our time. Next slide. So what has motivated us to do this project is that today we can see a lot of data is available in the online and internet. So people may be searching in information and finally they may be starved of knowledge. So a text summarizer would be a way better so that the information what they are looking can get more efficiently and the increasing reading time will be reduced. So there are many existing systems, automated tools available in the internet which uses lot of algorithms and tools to give the summary generator. So what we are going to propose in this project is that automatic summary generator which includes the text summarizer, audio summarizer, video summarizer as well as the Wikipedia summarizer so that a user can save his time and then focus on what the most important is there in the document. So for example, if we take the audio summarizer, we can see that a large audio file without going manually through it, if we give it to the summary generator, it summarizes and give it in the form of a text. So problem discussion will be continued by Purvi.
Good afternoon, everyone. If we look at the problem statement, while the seminars, presentations, and lectures, the attendees or students might miss out some points, or complete attention won't be possible, and they might miss out some important points while making notes for the further reference. Or sometimes it may happen that the attendees may miss out some points due to some distractions, or might be the message would have not reached them properly. So, but it's not so good to interrupt the speaker and the meeting. So in such conditions, if we have something called summarizer, which can summarize the audio and video content, it will be really useful. So keeping this in mind, our project aims at implementing audio and video summarizer. So next, if we look at the relevance to society and industry, first thing is media monitoring. Media monitoring helps us to track the reach and improve our campaigns, giving us insight on what went well and which aspects need improvement, and letting us know about our competitors, opinion on our brands, market development, and all such things. So, automatic summarization presents an opportunity to condense the continuous flow of information into smaller piece of information, which helps us to know better about our market condition and other necessary information. Then newsletters. A newsletter can be sent to existing customers and can also be used to attract new customers and let them know about our products. So summarization would allow organizations to further enrich newsletters with a stream of summaries. Then social media marketing. Companies producing large form of contents like white papers, ebooks, and blogs might be able to um, make use of summarization to break down this content and make it shareable on social media sites such as Twitter's, Facebook, Instagrams, LinkedIn's, etc. This would allow companies to further reuse existing contents. In the next part, we have books and literatures. As we know, books and literatures contain large amount of knowledge. It's really time consuming to study the whole content, but summary generator helps users to manage the vast amount of information available by reducing the content. So summarization can help the readers quickly understand all the necessary contents within less time. Then comes help desk and customer support. Currently, almost all companies need to have customer support or help desk team to help their clients. It can help them to clear their doubts and solve the queries of their customers wherever required. Help desk can help their clients to understand and the understand help them to understand the articles and blogs already provided on the website of the firm by offering them a summarized format of the same by which they can satisfy their customers. And then finally, meetings and video conferencing. During a meeting and video conferencing, many conversations can happen that might contain some valuable information. So, details of the meetings can be recorded either in audio or in video format, and that and then it can be summarized. This summarized data can be used as a reference for further benefits and to analyze a business process. So next will be continued by Ritushri.
Hello everyone. Coming to literature survey, we referred a paper audio data summarization system using natural language processing published by International Research Journal of Engineering and Technology. The methodology implemented here was audio file is converted into text and the obtained text is processed to obtain the summary. The limitations were it is just a audio based summarizer. It does not implement text or video files. The gap identified is that it records audio through microphone, which might distract the audio and might miss out major information due to the distractions or the bad quality of the audio recorded through microphone. Next coming, next slide please. Coming to project scheduling, our project took around 2.5 months for totally completing it, from initial stages of deciding the project topic to planning it and then carrying it out and then finally implementing it. This is the tabular representation of the project schedule. Then coming to cost estimation, as we have used most of the open source documents, it has costed us nothing except that for launching the website online so that it can be accessed by anyone. It might want us to take a pro version of Python anywhere, which would cost around rupees 940. Then tools used. We have used hardware like system with good amount of memory, which would be above like 8 GB RAM and a faster CPU and a 64-bit OS. Software, we have used Flask for developing the web applications and Python 3.7 for coding. Then coming to methodology. Basically, it is divided into 4 parts: text, audio, video, and web page. In video summarization, the video file of MP4 format will be converted into wave format of audio. The wave format is used because it is easily readable and can extract most amount of data without any fault. Then this audio file is converted into text and the text file is further processed to obtain the summary. Coming to audio file, as we can see here, the audio file is in WAV format. The file is taken as input. The corresponding text file would be generated. Then the text file will be further processed to get the summary. Then the web pages. The web page summarizer gives a summary of a given web page. It takes the URL of the web page from the user. It goes to the mentioned URL and then extracts the information and then gives a summary of the overall web page. Then coming next slide. Here, initially, we had implemented our algorithm using text rank algorithm, but as we can see in the first screenshot, it didn't give us appropriate results and the accuracy was really low. It didn't give any meaning to the original document. So then we implemented the summarizer using a different code and we have got a more accurate summary. The demo and the results will be given by Rakshita.
Yeah, coming to the result, I'll show you in demo. First, I'll run the server. Yeah, this is our website which I have presented on the screen. Before I dive into the demo of our website, I would like to make a quick opening statement that why I believe this website is most important nowadays and how it is beneficial to the future. First of all, this is like text summarizer, but what makes this different is that we have integrated all the services in one platform, that is text summarizer, audio, video, web page, and also we are implementing chat summarizer and media summarizer in future with the news summarizer also. I guess you have heard about the InShort app, which provide news updates within 60 words. In the same way, we are implementing the everything in one platform so that the user can navigate easily. Now coming to our website, to make our website attractive, we have used the Bootstrap framework, and for the backend, we have used Django framework. To provide the user smooth and clear interface, we have added services, then portfolio, which is designed for the company, which have sections like services, portfolio, contact, etc. Next, contact section, which has contact details also here. And then we have provided register page for the users, like I'll give like ABC plus ABC. Let the username be ABC, and mail would be abc@gmail.com, where the users can register their name. Let the password be 1234. Yeah. As users has registered, it will be prompted to login page. The data will be saved in the database. And password 1234. Yeah. Now the user has logged into our website. Now coming to demo. First, we shall look into the text summarizer. Yeah, this is the page which takes input from the user. Now let's select the input file, which is text.txt
Sorry,
file for the
sorry,
input.
I'm still able
Yes,
to
sir.
even see the contact me page. It's not moved for me. Okay, now the upload file is coming. Got it.
Yeah, okay, so sure, sir. Yeah, this is the page which takes input from the user. Now I'll select the text.txt file. Now, as I have said that we have one more feature, that is the user can select the number of sentences in the output. Now I'll select like 10 number of lines. Yeah, as I click the get summary, we get the summarized text for the input. This is the input which we have given, and this is the output we got, which is reduced to like 10 lines. Now, for saving the summarized text, we have two options, either for downloading the file or sending the summarized text as an attachment to the mail ID. Now, we can download the file into our system, as you can see here. Yeah, this is the downloaded file which has summarized text. Then, even we can enter the mail ID so that the summarized text would be sent. I'll give my email ID. Click the mail. The summarized text will be sent to the mail ID as an attachment. Sorry for the inconvenience due to poor network, it's loading. Yeah. Now I'll show you the mail I have got. Yeah. This is the mail I have received, and this is the summarized text. Yeah, as you can see, we have got the 10 lines of summarized text for the given input. Next, going to the audio summarizer. Now for this, we have to give input of .wav format, and I'll give the computer.wav format. Yeah, let the number of input be like 4 or yeah. Next, get summary. Yeah. Now I have given a small input file. For large input file, it takes big time and we need strong internet connection. Now for the demo's sake, I have taken the small input file. Yeah. Meanwhile, we shall go through the web page summarizer also. Yeah, shall go to video summarizer first. This is a website. This is a web page where it takes input for the video file. Now I will select the video 1.mp4 format. Now let the number of inputs be like 6, 7, or 10. The main aspect of this video summarizer is that we can integrate this module with the online classes also. So at last we can get the summary of what was taught in the class in brief. So students can get a clear idea. This was the idea given by ma'am, Mahalakshmi ma'am. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, yes ma'am.
Are you done with your presentation?
No, I
No
think
ma'am, it's loading.
Yeah,
it's
fine.
loading. The summarizer is loading.
Yeah, fine.
Uh, yes sir. I'll show you the web page summarizer also meanwhile. Yeah. Let it get downloaded. Yeah, here you have to enter the URL of the website. Now I'll copy this website about the data science. Just I'll paste it here. Yeah, let the number of sentences be like 10. Yeah, as you can see, this is the summarized text. I haven't included the input content here due to the vast file content. I'll show you the input what was given here. Yeah, this was the input given to the summary generator of the web page, and we got the input of 10 lines here, output of 10 lines here. As we all know, the time is very precious, but in a busy schedule, we can't go through the large content in the Wikipedia or any URL. Therefore, just by pasting the URL and getting the summary of desired length is very needed, so much needed. Yeah, this is the summarized text for the audio file. As you can see, either we can download or we can enter the mail so that we can send the attached file. Yeah, even this is the summarized text for the video file. Yeah, now we have implemented audio, video, and web page summarizer. In future, we are implementing chat summarizer and medical summarizer, and also the news summarizer. Now coming to the conclusion. Yeah. Coming to the conclusion, in this process of generating a summary, the primary input taken for the processing is audio file. The audio file is generated by recording the human speech which is being spoken or already recorded. The audio file is in .wav format, and then it is converted to a text file which is then used as an input for the text summarizer. The final output of our project is the summarized text file of the content of the primary. Next, future enhancement. We are planning to enhance our project by adding some of the services like medical summarizer, chat summarizer, and news summarizer. Then coming to the references, we have referred the ebook that is Natural Language Processing with Python, written by Stephen Bird, Evan Klein, and Edward Looper. And we also referred the voice source rules for text-to-speech synthesis, written by R. Carlson. These are the MOOC courses which we have implemented. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, guys, couple of questions. When you said video summarizer, does it also take things from your video? Does it pick up key highlights on the video? Say, suppose there is a presentation that they have given and the person is talking about something. There is a chart on the video which is quite important. Will that also be captured?
No, just
No,
we
sir,
are.
as of now.
Yeah, text only, sir.
I mean, just the audio that is being present in the videos and not the key
Okay.
points from the video. We are working on it.
Okay, that was one thing. Second thing is, suppose I connect. So you said you're enhancing it to a chat summarizer and things like that. Do you also? So suppose I connect it to some database or a data points, right? I want to take some key data points, key data insights for a presentation. Will I be able to do it with this tool? Is that in scope?
Sir, that summarizer isn't implemented right now. We are further implementing, sir.
Okay, because for example, I have for your college scenario itself, you have a like 20 students or 30 students data or 100 student data. I just want to pick up. Okay, these are the top students. These are the top highest rank. This give me a summary. If the HOD wants to see a summary of how the students have performed, that will be a very good area to explore as well for you guys.
Sure, sir, we would work on it.
Yes.
But yeah, this was great, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, guys. I think one more batch is left out. That is Abhinav Oras. Abhinav Oras, are you there? Abhinav? Okay, if that batch is not there, I think we are done with all the batches presentation. Okay, so hope we have come to the end of the presentation. Now I thank Sharath for giving the valuable suggestions after going through various projects. Really, those suggestions can be incorporated and it can be taken to the next version. So at least for the next semester, when they're implementing the PBL presentation, Sharath, definitely it was a valuable suggestion that was given by you for our students. Okay, thank you, Sharath, once again. Next, I thank all the students, okay, who have patiently explained your presentation along with your demo. Thank you, guys. Thank you all.
Thank you so
Uh,
much.
uh,
Guys, just a few suggestions or feedbacks on an overall standpoint. Always look at what you're going to, what the end user is going to benefit out of it. It's always going to be what is the benefit of your solution, and get into more of your domain that you're going to work on. If you say you're going to do something for a farmer based system, research more on your domain as to why this product is going to add a value. That will definitely be a good selling point for you when you go into your placements as well.
yeah, that was the main thing, Sharath, actually,
Yeah,
which the
I
students had to consider. In almost all the projects, so the questions, the way you have asked, no, definitely are highlighted in each and every project where the student definitely has to focus. Definitely, this should help them to incorporate in the further PBL implementation or IS semester project. Thank you. Thank you, Sharath.
thank you. Thank you.
Uh, guys, I think you can expect your result. I think at the end of the day, Sharath.
Yes, ma'am.
Can
Just give me a few hours. I'll just retabulate it and I will send it
Yeah,
across to
yeah,
you.
definitely. Guys, you can expect your result by end of the day. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Have a
Thank
nice day,
you.
guys.
Thank you. Thank
Thank you, sir.